Step right in. Through the sand and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern. Bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief, mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showmen,
Welcome in everybody to the Batcolyte. Make sure you're tapping the screen and sharing the live. We are just getting started, but we are getting started, and we're here, well, as we always are, to see if you can question your beliefs. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I'm not looking for some kind of contentious, competitive conversation. I could care less about your soliloquy. What I really am interested in is, seeing if you even can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And I might have just a few more questions for you. But thank you guys for the 6,000 times you've tapped the screen. That's really amazing. Great start. And of course, 32 shares is really, really awesome. Each of those times you go down and hit the bent little arrow down there and add it to your story, repost, or copy the link. Those really do help get us out to the FYP of maybe somebody else who's curious. Interesting. What's interesting is that guess doesn't exist. I thought they might, exist, but they don't. We'll try the next one. That's okay. Well, maybe you exist. Do you exist and have some kind of belief in a god or gods? How do you know? Can you be sure? It was a poltergeist. Yeah. You don't exist. I exist. I don't. I don't know, Cat. That's that's confusing. How can you know that I exist if you don't exist? Raises more questions than it answers. I'm not existing, you're existing. Looney says, the only thing I'm sure of is that I know nothing. How do you know? How can you be sure of that? Sleep texting. Yeah. I don't know that I've done that before, but I've definitely read what I can only attribute to sleep texts. At least a few times. Everybody sleep requests at least some point. Somebody's sleep requesting right now. Oh, maybe not. Maybe this one exists. Hello, Sway. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
Yeah, I was just. Do you mind if I ask a question real quick before I jump in?
Well, usually I try to, ask a few questions first. I'm open to questioning if you can question your beliefs.
Yeah, that's fine. I
Okay.
just want to ask one really short question.
Interesting.
Is that okay?
We'll hear the question.
So my question is, how the heck did you make yourself look so cool on here? That's awesome.
I just turned the camera on. Sway, do you, well, you said you do have a belief in a higher power or God thing. Which God or higher power thing do you believe in?
Just the Most High, but I mean, you can the Most High, but I am. Go ahead.
When you say the Most High, what does that mean?
Like the highest power,
Which highest power is that?
the one that's at the top of like all of the gods, like the highest one. That's just what I say it as, just the Most High. I guess, would that be?
Does that mean that there's other gods and this one's just
Well,
bigger?
yeah, I guess like people believe in like Zeus, or like people believe in
Is belief what makes a god real?
I think that this all based on faith, right?
Is that all that makes a god real, though? Like, if people didn't believe in your God, the Most High, would that mean that it didn't exist anymore?
Maybe to them it doesn't, but to me it does.
I meant to everyone, in reality. Do you think that your God actually exists, even if you don't believe it?
Yeah, I think that if anybody asks and had an open mind to receive it, they will reveal themselves.
I see.
But it's just in belief. It's kind of like witchcraft. If you don't believe it, it doesn't work. That's what somebody said. If you don't believe it, it doesn't work.
Is your Most High God from the Christian Bible? Is that where you learn about it from?
What made you ask that?
You referred to it as Most High, and then you said if you seek it, it will, or ask for something, it will respond. Certain things about the way you said that implied. I was curious.
I say that if you just are open-minded and ask, then it will reveal itself.
Are you a believer in the Christian God?
I believe. Oh, okay, yeah, Yahweh, the Most High. I think Yahweh is the Most High. I do believe that, but I really did come up here just to ask about like how'd you do it, because I've seen a couple different people with those type of things, like as far as
type of things?
the way that they look, and it's not actually their true self.
What makes you think this isn't my true self?
Dude, if you're a skeleton in real life, you're badass.
I'm not sure why that would be badass, but
it just looks cool.
I did just turn the camera on. There's no filter.
You woke up like that. That's awesome. Okay, cool. Well, you can finish questioning me.
Well, it's not just about questioning you, Sway, and I'm noticing as I ask the questions, it's coming more and more apparent. You can't question your beliefs, can you?
Oh, I mean, I'm not really. I don't answer any questions. I don't mind.
Right. You'll answer them, but questioning them isn't really something you intended, is it?
Question. I don't know why I would question.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to ask you.
What do you think it means? What does that sound like?
Questioning your beliefs. I'm not the one who brought it up, so I was curious what you thought.
I do have thoughts on it, but I am curious what it means to you when you hear the phrase.
Questioning
you question your beliefs. Yeah. What does that mean to you?
it means to ask about it.
To ask about it. I see. Really quickly, I'm gonna thank Kira, Cat the Witch, and Looney Bats for helping with the first goal. And also, hello, Kira. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
Good.
Did you have a question for Sway that might help clarify? I think she's made it quite clear that she's not here to question her beliefs, but I don't know yet if she's interested.
What is question your belief? Like, what does that mean to you?
That was the question for you, though.
I just answered. I said that
Yeah.
he asked me, and I said it's to ask about it.
To answer questions about, rather than, if you tell me a story and I say, that's questionable, what does that mean to you?
That you want more clarity or understanding.
There you go. What about doing that with your beliefs?
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to do.
How would you do that?
Said earlier that for you,
Me?
it was a matter, yeah. It was a matter of asking and receiving confirmation, right? Like that's what you said that you kind of based your belief off of.
Sure. I mean, you could say that, yeah.
Is that what you said?
I said that if you, yeah, I guess so, and for a better lack of terms.
Okay. So a follow-up for that from me would be if you ask, if you're seeking, and you get confirmation, but the confirmation I received is from a different God than the confirmation that you received, what would make
If you okay, so if you receive, how would you know it's a different God though?
because you and I hold different beliefs, and so I'm working off of what I know so
Well, how
far.
would you know my
Very
beliefs? How would you, besides I believe in the Most High, like how would you know that your God didn't come in and say that they were the Most High and it's a different God?
because I don't believe in the Most High.
But you said if you asked and then you got confirmation from a God, so you would think that the confirmation that you got from that God wasn't the Most High God, is basically what you were saying.
No, just a matter of them not labeling themselves Most High, and there's nothing in the relationship or the understanding that I have that there was a Most High. In fact, it's an entire pantheon of gods. And so I do wonder when you hear that from me, do you think what is it that you received that makes you believe this God is the Most High?
So you believe there's a pantheon of gods? Like, I mean, that doesn't make your belief any less real. Just because I said that, I mean, that mine is the Most High, that I believe in the Most High God.
What makes you
All you
believe?
gotta do is just say the highest power. That's who I pray to, is the highest power. And if you get a response, great. If not, then
Sway.
probably don't have to.
Is this actually responding to Kira's question, though?
Because that's who I asked. I said, highest power, reveal yourself to me. And that's what was revealed. So I didn't say, hey, just any God. So that's what makes me believe that.
What
Because
if I asked the same question and I said, highest power, reveal yourself to me, and what was revealed to me was different from what was revealed to you?
I guess I would have to understand what was revealed to you.
Would that, in hearing my belief system, would that affect yours, do you think?
No, because I think it's based on like personal experience. Like, and I mean, it wouldn't really hurt you to have a different belief. Like, just like it wouldn't hurt me to. So that's my thing here is like, what do you all get out of trying to make someone think that their God is not the Most High?
What makes you
Oh, is that
think
what
that
you think
that's
we're
what?
doing?
No. I'm saying like, what do? Okay, I'm sorry, I misphrased
It
that. So
seems like
I
you're assuming
apologize.
what our intentions are.
Well, a lot of people on here, they want you not to like believe in a certain thing. So that's, and I
Oh,
don't
no.
think, I apologize if I came off and I said that incorrectly. So I guess what is the reason that you're saying like, if I believe in the Most High and you say something, what if it comes back differently?
I think what I'm trying to understand is that if you ask for guidance and receive confirmation of a different God,
Mm-hmm.
what would it be that makes you trust that experience as legitimate?
Just that. I think what you're, just so I can understand. So if I receive confirmation from a different God, what would make me say that mine is legit?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I think it's just personal. It's just like a relationship that you've already built, and then also like, what do you get out of it? Like, what does it do for you? Like, if it's making you sad or more depressed, then that's something that you should pull it up. But if you're happy with it, if you're enjoying life and you feel like you're more safe with it, or like, I mean, that should be something that is personal to you.
Yeah, I think so. So, what was convincing about this experience that you had?
What was convincing?
Mm-hmm.
Just like seeing like multiple signs, patterns, and then also like having multiple people like that had no connection kind of saying the same things, and then also like having like people who were in like spiritual realms, whether sure or not, but just like people doing like, people can say spells and witchcraft and things like that are not true, but I choose to think that it is. People saying that they've done those type of spells towards me, and me just feeling protected and not having any effect from it. um just like constant patterns like that, like, yeah, go ahead.
Could that not speak to So you would credit the lack of effect that magic or witchcraft has on you to your god, rather than like maybe magic and witchcraft was also not a real thing?
I mean, and if it's not, I don't, I mean, who am I to discredit what those people believe? They have a right. Like, I'm not going to go in and try to dismantle their beliefs. Like,
No, I'm wondering what your thought process is.
that that is one thing that has contributed to it, as well as the, I guess you would call them like coincidence. Well, I mean, I don't really call them coincidences, but it's like divine synchronicities or something like that. Like when several different people tell you the same thing and they have no correlation with each other. Or you keep seeing the same pattern over, like you see it on a billboard, and then you hear it on the radio, and then you see it on TV, and it's like, wow, that's just what I was just asking about. Like, what the heck? And then
But
somebody else comes up to you and says it. It's just like, that's what I choose to believe.
Choose.
has there ever been a time where you've thought about something and then you notice it more because it's on your mind, because it's kind of a area of focus? It's kind of like
Like if
the
you
orange
like if
car
you get a
theory,
new
right?
car, that's all I'm about to say. If you get a red card and you start
Yeah,
saying all red cards or something,
right.
I mean, you can say that. I just think that with the specific thing, like the specific question, and then you see it, that's just, again, it's kind of like what the host said. When I said choose, it's what I choose to do. Like, if let's say pretend that there's a 0.00001% chance that God is real, why would it hurt me to believe in God, or why would it bother anybody that I believe in God if
Which
I'm not
God, though?
inflicting
A
the
zero
Most High
zero zero
God?
point one chance that
That
the
there is a
Most
Most
High,
High God. That there is a
that
Most
your
High
God
God.
is.
No, I'm
I
saying,
see.
like, there's a 0.01% chance that there is a Most High God. How would it affect anybody else if I'm not like pushing
How
it
do you
on
know
them,
you're
trying to
believing
force
in the
anybody?
Most High God?
So that goes back to what I said earlier. It's just like when I asked, like, "Hey, Most High, reveal yourself to me." Like,
Right. And how do you
you don't
know
have
it
to
was
say a
the Most
name or.
High that? How do you know it was the Most High that revealed itself to you? What makes you think that that's what responded, if
Well, that's
anything?
what I asked. That's what I asked,
Right.
and I believe that that was the response that I received. Now, whether anybody else believes that, that's okay. Like I'm not judging
It's
them
not
or
about what
saying,
anybody else believes, Sway. And
okay.
I think we have hit the wall. I feel like if I push any harder, this is going to
Yeah,
get
I think
contentious. So
I
I'm
think
going to
we're
go
on a.
ahead and stop you from interrupting me because I think that's extremely
I
disrespectful for one.
apologize.
So we're just going to move on to a new guest. But maybe you will find that you can question your beliefs one day, and you'll be welcome back, and we'll question you then. But I feel like the walls were coming up very quickly. Great questions, Kira.
You too. You know what I really love is the question that you have at the top of the board.
Yeah. Are your
Good shit.
beliefs really yours? I like
Mm-hmm.
that
It's
one.
got me thinking. Mm-hmm.
Hello, Rustic Rose. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Rustic Rose, did you mean to join us? We can't hear you. There you
I'm
go.
57 and I live in the UK.
I see. And do you believe in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
In science and stuff. And I've got a Asperger's and synesthesia. So I
Interesting.
look things a bit differently. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you have a unique perspective.
So I
but
feel
you...
like a bit of a robot.
Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you. I think there's a delay. But it sounds like you have a unique perspective, but you don't have a God belief necessarily.
Physics, not in the physical form, but when you understand it in physics, you get to the physical form, if you know what I mean. It's weird.
I'm not sure what you would mean by something that's not physical.
In religion, they'd call it spirit, wouldn't they? What's not physical? A wave, yeah, a Higgs boson. But then,
Are you sure
if you
those
want
things aren't physical?
religious, you could say, oh, the Higgs boson.
Right, isn't that a physical
Pardon?
thing? Can't that be physically measured?
Well, yeah, it's a spectrum at the end of the day. But like being 3D dimensionally, we only see part of the spectrum. So if you're slightly off the spectrum, yeah, you'll see another connection. You'll see something different, like coloured blindness. Yeah, I've got astigmatism in my eyes quite badly, and sometimes I have to change the light spectrum. Yeah, because I'll visually pick up on something that's there that nobody else knows is there.
I see. Are you sure that it's a thing that is there? Mm-hmm.
From a fall and your neurons damaged, but you physically make a new connection, so you can smell something that isn't there, right, that relates to the sound, or visually see a flicker of light that reverts to a sound.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I'm understanding you're describing synesthesia, but I'm not hearing how that explains that you're experiencing something non-physical. Is that not just your brain, um, well, being wired differently? Is it? isn't that just a brain perceiving things in its way?
Yeah, it perceives like not fully, depends on the spectrum you're on. It sort of explains. I've had like my electromagnetic field's damaged. That's my torus field. Yeah, that's my field of my body. So I'm either highly electrical. That's your lightning.
Torus field.
That's your electrics in the
When you say
world. Yeah,
torus field, I'm
yeah.
imagining there's like a donut.
It's the torus around the globe, you know. So if
Sorry,
you can imagine if the globe's torus
the globe is a
field is
torus too.
damaged, yeah.
Is the globe a torus, or it has a torus?
Torus field is damaged, yeah, we've got one.
Oh, the lag is making it really
has
difficult
one,
to understand.
yeah.
I'm not
We
trying
have
to
one
speak over
also.
you, but it does seem like the lag is making it really difficult. It sounds like you're saying we have a torus field, the Earth has a torus field. What is a torus field, though? What is that?
It's electromagnetics. It creates gravity, force and motion.
Thoughts in motion. It sounds like you're using a lot of catchphrases and key phrases from spiritual concepts, but force in motion, not thought. Okay.
No. Force, yes. Force and motion.
What is force?
That's like in the physical.
What is force?
Force is like movement. Yeah. Force and motion. Push.
So movement
and pull.
in motion.
The push and pull. The 2D.
The push and pull.
Yeah, it you know, your yin and your yang. Your yin and your yang is the electromagnetics. It's
Goodness, that
2D.
is very long. Rusticrose, the delay sounds like nearly 30 seconds or more. I don't know if we can keep going this way, because it feels like we're talking over each other, but there's just such a long delay. Kira, did you want to attempt any questions, maybe?
I will try, but I do think the delay is tough. So I think the one question that I would have to start is that you're describing a bunch of things that are measurable, that are observed, and that are tested. I wonder where we shift from that which is measurable to that which is spiritual. How do these things lend to your belief system? What is the spiritual belief in those things? Oof, that delay is rough.
Work in healthcare, and I worked in disability, dementias, and end of life. So, you know, when your field is damaged, it brings out trauma. Obviously, trauma is going to lengthen telomeres in the DNA strands. It's going to bring forth your ancestral ailments and make you sicker and sicker if you continue in trauma. So that's the way my mind works. And you can control the electrical magnetic field, yes, with sound, vibration, and light on the spectrum.
But Rustic, even
and
when
that is where the with that primordial the primordial will vibrate the cerebral spinal fluid into a pattern.
Really We're not
Yes.
really having a conversation at this point.
Yeah, that's rough. I'm so sorry, Rustic. I think the delay is, it's a little too much. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's hard to keep up.
It is. Rustic Rose, I do appreciate you coming up, and I hope that you keep asking questions, and maybe if you find somewhere with a little better reception, we might be able to have a better conversation. But I appreciate you coming up. Hello, Kazoo. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you? Hi,
Doing
Kira.
pretty good.
There were a
Kira?
lot of questions.
Is that how
that I
you
had.
say it? Kira.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are a lot of questions that I had about that. I actually think that belief is fascinating, but it would require no lag, because I got a lot of questions. We all got a lot of questions. That was killer.
Yeah, it was very difficult because she seems ready to give
Question,
a lot
right?
of information.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm curious where the questioning actually is going to be.
Obviously, she had an accent, a non-American accent, so maybe she was somewhere far, far. You know?
She said she's in the UK, so.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I hope she comes back up.
I always find that
the uke.
the uke.
The uke, which I thought was interesting because I've got a uke. I got a uke next to me. Uke.
Prove it. I want to see the skeleton playing the uke. No, I think it's really interesting. Whenever people are using measurable things to talk about their spirituality, I always wonder where the delineation is, and where maybe these scientific terms are being used in a spiritual way where they don't actually apply. That's always interesting for me too. Next time. But no, I really do like the Are Your Beliefs Really Yours? Because it's got me thinking too, like the beliefs that I hold. Because you know my origin story, right? I felt some feelings, and then I found a belief system that was applicable to those feelings, that gave me labels for a feeling that I held. I didn't create that system. The system existed. And so now I'm like,
Did you apply something to something because it was the best fit you were aware of?
100%.
And does that
100%. Confirmation bias, right?
You were trying to find the right shoe that fit in your head, right? I suppose is kind of what I'm asking.
Right. Yeah. I think the next step would be, does that make the belief anything less than what it is? If I didn't create it, if I didn't find it, like, I found it, but it existed before me. Anyway, this is a whole thought exploration I'm going on now, and I really appreciate it. I like that question a lot.
Good. I love when I can get great questioners questioning.
Always. That's the fucking story. That's been the story. I love it. I seek that out, though. I like that. I like a thought exploration so much. If you like a thought exploration, come up and explore your thoughts with us. Come up and explore your beliefs with us. It's good shit. And walk away from that conversation, your beliefs will be stronger, or your mind will be opened, and then whatever you find next will be a strong place to hold yourself. And in this time of uncertainty, that's a very worthy goal.
I always feel free to drop you, Kazoo. I feel free to drop you.
Wow.
But you have
No,
great questions.
we're honest with each other. It's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kazoo does have good questions. I like when Kazoo's up.
Oh no, I think my favorite part is questioning him, and I'm not always nice about it, but I appreciate you having me up here. I just admire the way that a lot of the questioners are able to articulate things much more effective than I. So if you think that there are too many questioners up here, sometimes there are, let me be the first.
I will let you know. I will let you know.
It's so
But we
funny because I feel like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I feel like all of us that are up here, all the questioners, feel like everyone that comes up here is super articulate. And it's like, oh man, they phrase that way better than I could have. I feel like we all feel that, like, oh my gosh, what a great questioner. And like, I have felt that about like literally every single questioner that comes up on here. I'm just like, what a brilliant mind. How beautiful is that brilliant mind? So yeah, I don't think anyone is any more or less articulate. I think we just have a
Different
different process with things.
sometimes.
You know what I
I
mean?
think so.
And all of it's valuable.
I
we
would take it.
do all seem to process things very differently, and it's really unique the way that the questions can kind of display that.
Mm-hmm.
And it is question the questioner. If you did want
Oh, I have a
to
list,
grill me, I thought you might.
but I'll wait. I can wait. Maybe until the morning or something.
Okay, no worries. We do have a guest joining us. Maybe they didn't mean to. No, didn't mean to. Okay. Well, if you mean to, if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, go ahead and hit one of those boxes or the pink and blue people down next to your chat, and we'll bring you right up. We're not here to debate you, not here to argue or make you look foolish. We really just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? Barfing toaster. I mean, we can make it a checkerboard again. It'll just eventually squish back up. I think there's like a gravitational well or something.
Is there no music, or maybe I just can't hear it?
Maybe you can't hear it. It is there, but I can give it a little bump.
There it go.
I wonder why that would be. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, if you have some acceptance of some kind of higher power, deity thing, and you can question that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here looking for a debate. No one's trying to force you to relinquish your beliefs or denounce your God. We really are just here to see if you can question, if questioning is even a thing that you can do. And if you can, well, we've got some questions for you. At least a few. Oh no. I don't want to get stuck in the right thing again. Orange. There we go. Can't rhyme that.
Come on up. Come on up.
So far, Glamscom, we've had some guests. Some of them can question. Some of them might do better in the future.
I've noticed you don't do as much music. I'm not complaining. I'm just wondering if that was a conscious choice.
I think it made it like it was hard to tell if I was using the music to fill between the guests or if the music was keeping guests from requesting. So
yeah, I've thought that too.
Seemed to, I don't know, encourage more requests if there's not always a song playing.
Like the regular crowd, but
Oh, yeah.
Definitely
and I
not.
still play them from time to time. We still give songs a listen, but not as often. I'm not sure if I'm trying to start a variety show, you know. Yeah, it's felt like that, Glamscom. It's felt like that for a while, but we're still here, still doing what we do. And we're up to 18,000 likes. I bet if we kept tapping that screen, if we got up to, I don't know, 20, 25,000, it might look a little less bleak. We might likely get a few more people scrolling in off their FYP, curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Maybe. I know one way to find out. Just tap that screen. I'm tempted to question one of the questioners up here.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, you're still chewing on the question at the top of the screen. That definitely gives some room for questioning. Kazoo, how do you feel about God today?
Actually, I've been kind of thinking about this a lot lately. We've had this discussion on like a code more of what I live by, but right, yes. I am kind of going through like a funk, right? And I think that I fall back on an idea of a God that I want when I'm scared or lost. And I do not pray often, but I've been exploring like chants, right? I know that they are in a lot of different religions. And the only thing that I could come up with that I know very well and rhythmically is the rosary. And I'm not sure if it helps me fall asleep because it's repetitive and something to focus on when I can't sleep. But at the same time, I certainly do not believe in.
Did you recite the rosary
God.
a lot as a child?
Only when I was made to.
When you were made to?
Yeah,
you
in
were
school.
told that it was somehow connecting you to God.
The way that I understood it, it was a way of repenting
Hmm.
or praying for those that are in purgatory. So they said that if you have a loved one that didn't make the cut, but didn't quite get fired all the way down to the bottom, you got to pray the rosary, and that somehow gave them a credit of some sort, for them to work off their debts faster. But I don't do it for that reason.
What
What do
It's
you
like
think?
counting. It's like counting sheep.
Oh, I think you had a question before we bring up a new guest, which we will in just a moment.
Sure. What's up?
What reason do you practice that now?
I think it's like I said. I think it's I can't really pronounce Buddhist chants. And I think that the mind does want to drift with like mindless rhythmic, when I recite it. And I
So it's
think
like a
that's why I
meditative
don't.
practice
Yes, and that's the only one that I really can do successfully.
because you know it. It's familiar.
Because I know, yeah, just strictly because I know it. If I knew something better, I would probably try that as well.
Interesting. Have you sought other practices, or is this one just like you're good? It gives you what you need.
I think that when my belief in a Christian God, I didn't really want to explore anything else because I was already fully done with all of it by then. I think I had deeper questions of religion itself after I decided that I was finished with Catholicism. Or I don't like to be let down, and it seems like a lot of people are. And that's saying it like the easiest way I can, I guess.
I'm gonna have further questions for you later, but I do think we should bring up a new guest for now.
Let's do it.
Oh, well, I mean, I was all the way on board with you bringing up the new guest, and then they decided to be disrespectful in chat. So, hello, Jesuited, however you pronounce your name. You've decided to be disrespectful in my chat. I'm going to warn you ahead of time. If you're disrespectful on my panel, you will not remain. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
25.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
I sure do. Christos.
Christos. What does that mean?
Like the oil that goes up and down your spine.
Oil that goes up and down your spine?
Like the 33 vertebrae in your spine.
I see. So Christos means oil in your spine. That's what you're saying.
My mom's almost 47.
What does that have to do with anything?
My grandma's almost 74.
I see. What does that have to do with anything?
I was just saying.
Well, you're very special. Are you actually here to question your beliefs?
Sure. I'm all ears.
Can you question your beliefs?
I can't, but I'd like for someone to.
You can't question your beliefs, so this will be an unproductive conversation. I'll give anybody who does want to the opportunity to ask a question, but clearly this is not going to go anywhere.
Okay. I appreciate you. Thank you.
So why don't you question your beliefs?
Left.
Oh,
he left.
I mean, later.
It's weird.
What the fuck does your mother's age and your grandmother's age have to do with the fuck?
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I also
Maybe-
have a grandmother.
Maybe it had something to do with the oil in the spot. Who knows?
I don't know. I have no
I'm
idea.
40 and my mother is 65 and my grandmother, well, she passed, but and maybe that makes her less something. I'm not sure. Bless her. She lived to be like 95. She was a cool lady. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
No fucking clue.
She was Mormon though, so I mean, if age has to play into beliefs, my Mormon grandmother outlived a lot of other belief systems. So
That's an unfortunate implication.
it really is. It really is.
Why isn't these unsettling comments, dude?
Hello, Tamara. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? No. Well, we'll let you sleep. Hope you sleep well. We appreciate our sleepers.
Max just saved everyone. Their atheist grandmother is 90. It's okay. It's all right, guys.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
W. Max's grandmother.
Hell yeah.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, Voltify. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 18.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2007.
Interesting. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
Which god do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God. Do you believe in a God?
What I believe doesn't make a difference to your beliefs. So, have
I
you
was
read
just-
your Bible from beginning
you're-
to end?
No, I have not.
Why not?
Because it's a lot to read. I just have to finish it,
I see. So you've begun reading it from beginning, and you just haven't got to the end.
Yeah. That is correct.
I see. Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
I do, yes.
All of them?
I think I haven't read them all.
I see. But the ones you've read so far, from
Yes.
the beginning on,
Yep.
you believe to be true. You believe a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve as the first humans.
Yeah.
Those are true stories. Why do you believe that?
Well, I believe that because God isn't physical. So I'm assuming he can create the physical world.
Why does
So I
that
think it's-
follow? I'm not understanding. How does not being physical mean he can create physical?
Yeah, because basically he created like Adam and Eve and all these things are like
Well, you're saying
physical.
that's in the book, that's what you're saying he did, but how does that make sense that if something is non-physical, it can create physical? That's what you said.
Well, yeah, because do you think non-physical things don't exist?
What is a non-physical thing?
For example, you have math, logic, information. Those are all
Does
non-physical
math
things.
or logic or information create physical things?
Actually, well, yeah, and I think in John
They
1:1
create it.
yeah, in John 1:1 it says in the beginning was the Word, and that
That
Greek
doesn't
word.
answer my question.
Well, no,
You're just
you
using
asked.
Bible. That doesn't actually follow logically. So, I'm sorry.
Wait,
I'm not here to do a debate, and I'm going to stop you from doing this weird sort of
I
hyper
was just trying to
talking
answer.
over. Shut the fuck up while I'm speaking,
What?
please.
Okay.
Would you like to?
Oh,
Would you
fine.
like to? Yeah. Okay. If you're not going to behave like an adult, you can leave. You're welcome to request back up if you can stop talking over me. But since you're a child and can't stop behaving like one, I don't see this being productive. I did say please, didn't I?
A few times.
Fascinating. pretty sure it was a shut the fuck up, please. I think I said that.
If you could please shut the fuck up.
Oops. I just looked over and realized I didn't turn the video on YouTube. They had audio, but they didn't get to see
Oh, darn it.
all the fun.
Okay, so Kazoo. Okay, so Kazoo. Can I ask you more questions? Is that okay?
I don't think I'm going to be able to answer. I don't have a sharp mind. I think I'd like to just be questioning for a little bit longer.
We love a queen with boundaries. We love a queen with boundaries. Absolutely respectful. Like I'm very
not
curious.
fresh enough.
No, that's all right. That's all right. We'll get into it later.
I'd love to.
Hell yeah. W boundaries?
Hell yeah. Is that how he says it?
That was close.
That's how Thrayle says it.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Interesting.
What is interesting?
Oh, the preaching in the comments now. Something about being a child doesn't... and not having read your book, I guess you don't understand Matthew 6:5 or 1 Peter 3:15, so behaving yourself in public is something that you don't know how to do yet, and will help, don't worry. You can have the night off from the comments.
Very good.
Verily he shall have his reward. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you. We're not here to argue or tear you down. Nobody's here to shame you or make you look foolish. Although you might do that on your own. We're really just here to see, well, if you can question your beliefs. If you can, we might have a few questions for you. I just realized we had somebody actually bring up toroidal fields over and over, and I didn't give toroids to the panel, so sorry.
Oh, come on. Hold on, I got you.
We needed our toroid time.
Thank you.
Toroids for everyone.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I'm getting exhausted, but thank you for having me, you guys.
Night,
Appreciate
Kazoo.
you, Kazoo.
I always.
Sleep
Bye-bye.
well. W's for Kazoo. She didn't hit me this time, but normally when it says question the questioner on the screen and Kazoo comes up, I'm ready for really, really hard questions.
Oh, she keeps you on your fucking toes. I love it. I love it when Kazoo questions you. That's my favorite. One of my favorite parts about it is the people in the comments that are just like, whoa, man, whoa. like they get like kind of scared about how straightforward she is and like how no nonsense. I love it. I'm like, Thrayle can handle it. He got it. She's gonna grill you in the morning. My questions for you are always how you feel about it. I don't have anything right now.
My questions for me are, well, broad. I'll go into questioning the way I treat a guest, the way I run the live, the art I'm using, the music, the time spent on one line of questioning versus another. And, you know.
Have you come to any conclusions? Because I feel like it is all still very ride the vibe. What the fuck are vibes?
Right.
You know what they are.
Something like that. It does feel like flying by the seat of my pants sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think there's beauty in that, though. Because I don't think that there is one size fits all. I think that's a myth. You can't treat every guest the same because not every guest is the same. That'd be silly.
Feels like I have to make a unique call almost every time.
Yeah. Well, and also, even with music, it's like, oh, this is what I'm feeling right now. And how you feel and what you want to hear is going to differ all the time. And that's all right. This is your show, man.
Right. And those are I guess that's the part that's difficult is, yeah, it's my show, but I love keeping the audience entertained and engaged.
The audience loves you.
Well, maybe.
Oh, here, cat, have a toroid.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
We had someone believing in toroidal fields earlier, so we're toroiding.
Toroids all around.
The Earth had a toroidal field too, so almost a toroidal Earth.
I think a toroidal Earth would be very fucking cool. I don't know how that would work, but I think it would look really neat on a map of the universe.
How would it keep from ripping itself apart?
Those are mysteries for God, Thrayle. I don't...
The other day, somebody asked me if I thought the Earth was flat. And I said, no, I think it's a toroid.
I love that for you.
That was really fun.
Ooh, that's very pretty, Shell. Hell yeah.
Thank you, Shell. And thank you, Martha.
Max, a toroid is a donut shape.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there's anybody down there who has a belief. I recognize a lot of the names, but how many of you actually have questioned your beliefs up here? How many of you never will? Is it fear, or is it some feeling that your belief is not worthy of questioning, or that questioning is not worthy of your belief.
Are you scared of questions? Why are you scared of questions? What is the scariest question?
Great questions.
That was, that was yesterday's. What was the question that scares you?
Ooh,
Yeah,
I
I like
love
that.
that. I love that. I'm gonna think on that.
Yeah, I don't know if all our viewers can see the top banner, but I've liked it. Now I don't have to change the background every day. And I can still ask some kind of thought-provoking question.
Very thought provoking. I'm like shooketh a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm
this one here
delving
is
deep.
a big one.
I'm trying to think. I don't think so far that there's any question that scares me, but I need to look because I haven't thought of that before. If there's anything, I'm like,
Well, this question, are your beliefs really yours? This one can be pretty shaking for some.
oh, absolutely.
Is that Catholicism your Catholicism? Is it your grandmother's, or is it the church's?
Right. Is it inherited?
Hmm.
Is it something that you found? And even if you found it, who created it? Where did the stories come from? I love it. I love it.
Hello, Max. Been a while since we've seen you.
Yeah, hello.
How you been?
Kinda struggling, honestly.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. But I heard the thing about, like, are your beliefs really yours? And I had that, like, little bit of a crisis when I was a little bit younger. And, I think that some of beliefs are influenced, or there is something that, like, tells you what to do, so you do it. Like someone or some media or your parents or the church or something like that. But I try to, like, go as far back as possible to remember what I believed as, like, a small child that couldn't really be influenced that much, like something that came from the inside of me. And I think that there is a little bit of a part that can be, like, just from the person itself, like that type of thing.
What about where your beliefs are at now, Max? Are you still...
Right now?
Is it Satanism still, or what? Where are you?
Oh, it wasn't Satanism ever.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I think you were an atheist at one point, but I don't know if you still are.
I was more of a, like, I guess agnostic?
Agnostic.
Like,
Nice.
in a way where, like, something could be possible, but I don't think it is.
Hmm.
Like, that type of thing. So yeah, I don't think that changed much. Because I was struggling a little bit, I did have, like, a few moments where I did look up at the sky and thought, maybe there is something that connects all humans. But then again, is there?
Go ahead,
Do you
Kira.
think that that's something that you want?
I think that that's like comes from the hope that humanity can be good, and like the idea that everything is connected in a way, uh, like how whole ecosystems in nature work out, because everyone does a little bit of by themselves, but then I look at humanity and what we've done, and I'm not happy about it at all, and then the whole thing crumbles. So yeah.
Does human connection have to be spiritual?
I don't think it has to be. Like, yeah, you can go out and talk to other people and like be connected to some point.
Do you
I
think that
think
applying? Sorry, go ahead.
I think that like I'm a bit of a delusional person, as in if I convince myself of something, I will believe it. So
What is the purpose of that conviction?
yeah, that's the whole point. Like, why would I do that? Most of the time when I try to gaslight myself, it is to do something productive with myself.
But without this conviction that there is some spiritual connection, would that shift how you navigate the world? How you navigate your life?
I like to believe that like the connection is there. I don't think I ever. No, I did. At a point, I did. I think I lost it at some point. Back when I was like 13 and had some mental issues, and I was extremely Christian at that point. Mm, at that point, I only believed that there is only like connection from one human to God, that type of thing. And honestly, I was miserable. So I guess the hope just keeps me going a little bit.
Does hope not exist without a spiritual connection? Without God?
Well, I wouldn't call it God, really.
What would you
Because,
call it?
like, when I think of a God, I think of a Abrahamic type of God, God of the Bible. And I wouldn't call what I think the connection could be God. It would be just like, how to, like, you know how dust is technically on everything and we are dust by ourselves, and there's like, it's everywhere. I
That
think
is
it
a
would be
connection
like
point,
kind
yeah.
of like that. Like that would be the connection, I guess, kinda.
But even deeper than that, though, right? Like, even though we are all stardust, right?
Yeah.
Even just having the shared experience of the human experience without anything spiritual, is that enough of a connection point to give you comfort?
I don't think it has to be human.
That's also fair.
Because that's what I meant by the beliefs that I had as a small child. Because for like first like few years of my life, I believed that everything was alive. Like a rock could have been alive, my teddy bear could have been alive, another human is alive, and they all have feelings and like thoughts and that type of thing. Like it was very hard for my parents to like tell me otherwise because I wouldn't believe them. So it doesn't have to be a human connection, like, at all.
So, what
Like,
is connection?
like, I guess that it's just,
Relation?
honestly, I cannot even really explain it correctly, but like, when I look at a, let's say, when I look like at a tree, I know that the tree gives me oxygen that I can breathe from, and I can like, the leaves will fall off the tree, the little bugs will eat them, make their homes out of them. Like everything is there and would be possibly used for another part of the system. When I look at a chair, I know that it's made from like a type of plant or a type of material that we made, and it had to grow from something, or we had to make it, and now it serves me as a chair. So that type of thing, I guess.
No, that's okay. So there's a relation to. So connection is relation to.
Yeah, like everything technically has a cousin, that type of thing.
Is that spiritual, or is that just acknowledgement of other beings existing in the same plane that you're existing, as far as you perceive
It
it?
feels it feels kind of spiritual to me, a little bit.
What is spiritual?
Ooh, we're going into the territory where I cannot explain myself.
It's very hard to articulate.
Yeah, I guess it's like a feeling that I get sometimes. I know that Germans have a word for it. I don't know exactly what the phrase is, but it's basically like when you walk out of a building and look at the night sky and realize that you are a part of the whole system and you are so small in comparison, but you need to exist in order for everything else to, like that type of thing. And you just like the overwhelming feeling of that, I guess that could be spiritual in a sense.
Is there a difference between spiritual and an emotional evocation? Something that evokes some strong feeling within you? Or are they the same
Yeah,
thing?
because I wouldn't count like if something is so infuriating that I just feel completely irritated, I wouldn't count that as spiritual because
Why
that's
not?
just me being pissed off.
But why not? If it's a strong emotional evocation, why wouldn't that? What is the differentiation?
I guess I only count it if it's that feeling, only specifically that one feeling of
Ah,
like, yeah, that
that's okay. That's interesting. I like that. I
like
wonder.
I can be extremely happy and I wouldn't count that as spiritual.
Mm. So only something that inspires awe or wonder. Something
Kinda, and
that
it's like
maybe it's
overwhelming to a point where you cannot explain what it is exactly.
that's what I was gonna say. So something that is beyond your own, maybe your own comprehension or um, ability to explain. Okay, okay. Would that then, if you found something that gave you an explanation for a thing, something that was previously unexplainable, if you were then given an explanation for a thing, is that no longer a spiritual experience?
I I guess not. Huh. Huh. That no longer if I get an explanation. Well, not really, because like my whole point of living is to understand what is going on around me. I still see it as a spiritual thing. Like I understand it to a point, but then there's always this piece of awe. There's always something that I don't understand.
when we see a magic trick and it is awe-inspiring and we're like, oh, that's magic. But then we learn the trick behind it. We learn what they did. The illusion is shattered. Like, and there is a bit of disappointment that comes with that, right? I wonder if the same would apply to what you have described as what is spiritual. Like, if the illusion was shattered for something.
This is going to sound extremely pedantic, but I never really was impressed by magic tricks.
That's okay. That's okay.
So, I don't know. I don't know.
No, that's okay. So what inspires could you tell me what you have experienced that inspires awe within you? The night sky was a good one, right? And like maybe it's just that feeling of like feeling like you're just
Honestly, that's the only thing.
Okay. Because there are things that have inspired awe within me, but then I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's explainable. And it did kind of like diminish that feeling. And I think that's why I ask is like on a personal level, that did diminish that feeling of awe and wonder. It's like, oh, the wonder is gone, the magic is gone, the mystery is gone, right? There's an explanation now. So I wonder, I guess I'm just wondering what if it's awe tied to mystery, awe tied to the unexplainable, which is a word that you used. And so I'm like, okay, well, what if the unexplainable becomes explained? Is it still spiritual?
Yeah, and honestly, I see a contradiction in that in myself, and I don't know exactly how it happens. Because, like, I'd really like to watch what's going on around me and, like, learn about everything, how the processes happen, yet still there are some parts that I don't fully understand. And even when I do understand some parts, they still inspire a little bit of awe, as in just nature in general, I think, does that to me.
Thank you.
I don't know if anybody else has more questions for Max, but it's quite clear that you are still questioning and doing a fine job at it, Max.
Wonderful job.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, especially right now, because I'm honestly, I'm at the point in my life where nothing makes sense, so the questions are always coming each and every day.
That's awesome. Well, I hope you keep questioning, Max, and if you find new answers, you know you bring them back here and we'll definitely question them.
Yeah. Also, thank you, Chad. It's lovely to be W'd.
Hell yeah. W'd and toroided. Thank you, Max. I really appreciate you. And I hope that you keep asking questions. And it's so good to see you. So I hope we see you again soon.
Yeah, I hope to see you soon too. I'm gonna...
Got him.
Wow.
Big W's to Max. Hell yeah. He's doing a fine job questioning his beliefs. And it's really good to see him again. Max has been up here several times since this show has started. He's been up here and questioned his beliefs, and I've seen them take many shapes. Enough that I apparently remembered a few that they didn't take.
That was awesome. Thank you, Max.
But we've got B joining us. B, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
I do. I typically describe myself as a Christian pluralist.
A Christian pluralist. What does that mean to you?
So pluralism in general. So essentially, I believe in a one true God, a creator or a divine. From that, all of the various world beliefs stem from um, different encounters with that one true divine, that one true God, different interpretations, cultural adaptations to that interaction with it. My foundation for my belief system is rooted in Christianity, though, but I find truth in all the various religions or belief systems and worldviews.
So, within Christianity, do you believe that
Mhm.
the stories and the God, all of these things are true and literal?
It depends on what you mean. For the most part, yes. So pre Moses, there's a lot more up to interpretation regarding what's metaphorical and what's not. Some of the Bible is very like poetic in nature. Many of the Abrahamic religions in general kind of lean on poetry to kind of develop that sense of spirituality. Um, but I do feel like there is divine intervention or
What is
intercedence
divine?
that occurs.
What does divine mean?
Godly above us. I mean, I am also very rooted in science. So like what I
I see.
conceptualize God as is probably different than many people.
Mhm.
Whether it is how we typically like and to fully delineate what God is would, of course, be very difficult. Whether it is an extra dimensional type being that just interacts with our dimension, but then we, since it is super dimensional, we view it differently, is hard to say. But yeah, I do believe that there is a quote unquote higher power that is acting upon our known universe.
Sorry, not laughing at you. Just noticing my panel drop the longer your answers got. Um, how do you question your beliefs?
I mean, I definitely do question them. I try to like logically evaluate them as well as do various hermeneutics against other belief systems to include atheistic or agnostic views. Um, includes meditation, just general deconstruction and evaluation.
General deconstruction and evaluation.
Hmm. So I'm also classically trained, so like just reviewing all
Classically
texts.
trained.
Hmm.
Classically trained in what?
So I mean that in the very like archaic true sense of what classically trained typically means. So heavy focus on like deconstruction as a method, for example, within rhetoric
Is
or
that what
logic.
classically trained generally means? I'm a musician, so I hear that term a lot, and it means something different.
So generally, it's a foundation in English rhetoric, grammar, logic, math, and science. So and philosophy. So those foundations within
So you're
a
classically
tertiary sort of
trained in
education.
those fields.
Yes.
I see. And that makes you questioning your belief easier, you say.
Or it sets the um, I don't know example. It kind of trains you to do so. So it trains you to anything you read or learn. It trains you to do so in a certain way. For example, through
It
deconstruction.
trains you to do so in a certain way. So does
Mhm.
that mean that you're stuck kind of in this rigid box of how to question your beliefs that you can't step outside of?
I mean, possibly. It's one of those
Could
things where,
that
where it's like
box
the unknown unknowns.
could that box leave you missing things, missing obvious questions that you haven't considered?
So I suppose that's always theoretically possible. That gets into the
Theoretically,
unknown
I
unknowns,
see.
where
So
like
it's just the unknown
I
unknowns.
right, I
I see.
try to find those known unknowns or search for unknown unknowns until they become known. But if for some reason
Okay.
my
I
method
think I'm done.
doesn't
Does anybody else have a question for this guest?
So many. So many. Okay. How have you deconstructed from mainstream Christianity?
uh in so much. So I've followed so I've studied a lot of the kind of other primary religions. So I'm rather knowledgeable in like
Also
Sikhi. I've
Abrahamic?
studied the other Abrahamic religions as well. And I don't know if you consider like Sikhi or Sikhism Abrahamic. I would understand if you did. I would also understand if you didn't.
I do.
But as well as like Hindu, Buddhism, Zen. I studied with
So, wait,
monks in Asia. Mhm.
but that is a study of other beliefs. How have you
Mhm.
deconstructed from mainstream Christianity?
So I definitely delved into agnosticism slash atheism for quite a while,
What did
as
you
well as
find?
just. Sorry, could you repeat that?
What did you find?
I honestly found a very beautiful harmony between them in that there's so much that science doesn't actually explain.
Like what?
Uh, there's like everything. So much of science
Hmm.
is pure inductive reasoning, in that we say that there's
Wait, no. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Everything.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Everything.
Let him cook.
So much that, but there's like everything.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Keep going. Keep going.
I was just saying that like science is a lot of the larger known theories are purely inductive reasoning, in that they're literally just saying that so logically if this one single thing is true, we can extrapolate these other things with
Hmm.
zero basis, zero facts, zero anything. It's just saying
Why
that like
would okay? Do
logically
you? Oh,
this makes
can you explain the scientific method?
sense. Yeah, so it's also important to clarify that the
Hold on.
scientific method is for experiments and not purely for the construction of
But you just said that those
theories.
things are not based in facts or logic. So I wonder how you
That's
understand the scientific method.
um I don't know if I should continue because that's not what I said at all.
Oh, my bad. What did you say?
I said that the scientific community, as far as a lot of the major theories go, they use purely inductive reasoning, which is based in logic to develop those theories.
Okay.
They may be based on a single experiment or data point, which would have followed the scientific method, which
Wow.
is a
How many
method of.
laws and theories are based on a single data point?
So laws and theories are vastly different. Laws primarily follow mathematical functions.
Hmm.
Uh, the theories that we've developed, oftentimes off of those laws, we use those single data points of the law, saying that like, okay, so if this law is true, from that I can then further extrapolate, with no further evidence to support those extrapolations. That is why they remain those theories. That is why we have both a law and a theory of, for instance, gravity. Because we know certain things about gravity that are founded within facts and data points. And that's why we have the law of gravity. And then we have theories of how it's developed and how it actually interacts with the world, and that's why we have the theory of gravity. That's why we've gone into like the Higgs boson. That's why we've changed the CERN.
So, can you, at any point,
Mhm.
like, stop for just a moment? Do you
Yeah,
just
for sure.
need to hear yourself speak?
No.
Okay.
No, as directly answering your question.
I wonder
Was it?
why. I wonder why you think that scientific theories are based on a single data point.
So can you give me an example of a scientific theory?
Well, like usually these things are
The lambda
that-
CDM.
Could you repeat that?
Lambda CDM.
Lambda CDM?
Yes.
I'm not familiar with that. I'm familiar with lambda.
Oh. Okay. CDM stands for cold dark matter.
Okay, so yeah, for cold dark matter or dark matter in general, we generally have uh,
This is part of the expansion theory.
right.
Otherwise known as the Big Bang. Is it based on a single data point?
So the lambda CDM, from my general knowledge, would be a data point. It would be the observed kind of
Everything's a sandwich if you
interference.
call it a sandwich. If you say this sandwich has layers and this layer of this sandwich is a sandwich and then the layer of this sandwich is also a sandwich, it's all sandwiches.
Well, no, like
Why can't you
dark
just say that
matter
you don't know?
would be accounted for by the lambda
He's,
CDM. It's
he's
the
not
interference
capable of
that we
that.
detect.
He sees it as some sort of deficiency if he doesn't know the answer.
all right.
No,
And
I don't.
okay.
I already said that I didn't know what you meant by lambda CDM. I'm familiar with the expansion theory. I'm familiar with dark matter. I'm familiar with lambda. So putting those together, I can ascribe that that's a data point in the interference that we detect. Like
A data point.
That's not.
Or you could just say,
yeah,
I don't know.
right. But like that's not the truth.
Okay. All right. We're spiraling out a little bit. So, okay.
Right. This has turned into an attack, and I saw that it was becoming that earlier. That's why I
No,
said
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
know
no,
if I
no,
should.
no.
It's not an attack. You're just
No,
not
it's
here
not.
in good
It's not.
faith. You're not
We
here to
did.
question your beliefs. You're here to bloviate and sort of educate. You're here to
I would.
No,
I
I'm welcome.
just
Like, I am
speak.
welcoming questioning my beliefs.
Okay.
Fascinating.
Can we reel it back? Can we reel it back a little bit? A lot of it, actually. Okay. So, another question that I had is how is the way that you view God different from mainstream Christianity? Because you did say that you have deconstructed from mainstream Christianity. And so if we can pull it back to the belief system,
Mhm.
how are those two things different? What is the difference there?
I'd say that mainstream Christianity typically rejects other religions or sees that their interpretation is the full and only truth. I do not believe that. I
But
do believe. Mhm.
keep going.
I do believe that other religions do hold truth. Sometimes there are expansions on truths that are also present within Christianity that are delved into deeper, especially within like Eastern religions, when it talks about like internal divinity, etc.
Mm. So with this idea of the one true God and
Mm-hmm.
that all beliefs stem from, I think that the way that you phrased it was different encounters with that one true God, correct?
Yes.
What if those beliefs predate Christianity?
Well, I mean, I assume they would, because I mean, timeline that would also follow. I also view Zoroastrianism as predation of uh, Judaism,
Correct.
and then Zoroastrianism and Hinduism are essentially the earliest instantations of religion that we have evidence of, period.
Mm-hmm. So, if those religions have fundamentally different ideas, like how do you reconcile those differences if you believe that they are all stemming from the same place?
Well, I mean, they don't. That's why I've studied both of them, and they don't, and I find that harmony beautiful.
Why would there be like as simple as I can put it, many gods versus one god? How can you reconcile that difference?
When it comes to pantheons, I view that as the complexity of what God is. That viewing a single entity with all of these aspects can be hard for a human mind to conceptualize. So we have a God that is both like the pure masculine and the pure feminine. And that's where we see yin and yang within like Taoism, for example. Um, and to conceptualize them as being within a single entity, it can be difficult, and it can be easier to, if I am looking for things regarding fertility or femininity, pray to that aspect of quote unquote God, as opposed to praying to the same thing for all these different things. I pray to this single aspect of.
Yep, you said that twice, 3 times now. You're repeating yourself so that you can keep talking. Can you let your asker follow up?
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's interesting to me that you would think that earlier cultures, which is the picture that I many facets and pray to a facet, and you're saying that they were incapable of conceptualizing this as being one being?
Well, I'm not saying they were incapable, because,
Or
like I
reluctant
said,
to, or unable to?
Hinduism and Zoroastrianism, some of the earliest examples we have, did conceptualize it as monotheism. Um, the fact that we developed pantheons to kind of separate out those different aspects, I think it's it's indicative of praying for certain things as opposed to certain gods.
Kind of. Okay. Hmm. I'm thinking. Nope. Hold on. Let me think. Somebody else question. I gotta think about this for a minute.
I have a question for B, if that's okay. B,
Yeah,
do you prefer to believe theories or truth?
truth. I'm always in search of truth. I believe that there are many theories that contain truth, um, and they are just our best estimate or ability at this point in time.
Do you consider your personal beliefs or worldview truth or theories?
A mix of both. I will say I've had things that I cannot argue against occur to me in life. But my explanation of them is of course many times just theory.
What's something that you believe in that you would consider truth and not a theory?
That there is a God.
How how is there being a God a truth and not a theory? How do you know for certain that it's a truth and not just an assumption or a miscalculated belief?
So I mean, I've had personal experience with that. Of course, that becomes anecdotal, and you can argue against that all you want.
How do you
But
verify it to yourself that your personal experience is an experience with a deity and not something else or something within you?
so that does get a bit into like more of the Eastern religions religions, like more Sikhism, oneness type consciousness aspects, which essentially is unverifiable. I mean, everything essentially resorts back to solipsism. So I mean, I can't
That's not what
actually.
I. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a little bit far escaping
Okay.
from my question. My question was simply, how do you verify the experience that you claim is divine, or what is that, and not something else, unexplained, or something within your mind, if you need to retreat all the way there. But could it not be some misfiring, some feeling coupled with a moment where you didn't understand something?
So I mean, there's definitely parts of it that I would say fall into that category, and I struggle with like what is of the world and what is of God constantly. I will say that there's certain things though that simply like can't be explained any other way though. Like if you ask for a sign and the sign is given to you, like immediately and in a way that like no human being could reconstruct. There's little to no way to explain it elsewise, in my opinion. Unless again we get back to like solipsism, and if you resort to that, then everything falls apart. So,
Do you have an example of when you sought a sign and a sign was given?
I mean, yes. So I've asked specific questions, like if this then that type things, and for example, like at that point in time, a meteor streaked across the sky to exactly coincide with like zero delay between my question finishing and that occurring.
Did you ask for a meteor?
For a meteor, no.
Is a meteor unusual enough that it felt specific?
Uh, yes, to be visible within my frame of view. I mean, I was in my backyard staring up at the sky, like praying, and
How many other
then
people do you think saw that meteor?
at least some. But did it
Do
coincide
you
with
think
a
they were all
question?
praying?
No,
Do you think any of them were?
maybe.
How do you know the sign was for you?
A lot of it's timing. I again like with zero delay, and like that's a lot of things can be explained otherwise. A lot of things are natural occurrences, but like if I'm dying of thirst and I fall upon water that
Right, but you didn't
otherwise.
say meteor. That's not quite analogous. If it were, you'd be saying, show me a meteor, and then the meteor would come. But you didn't. You said, show me a sign, and then a meteor came. So that's
Mhm.
more like, I don't know, your thirst analogy. I'm not quite sure how to make it fit.
So with that, I was just going to say that like if I fall upon water or some other like boon of nature that I am in direct need of, it could be a miracle or sign or intercedence for me, even though that always existed, but some part of me directed me towards it.
Right, so if you're out in nature and you say, I need a boon of nature, and then you see a leaf, is that really a sign?
I wouldn't say a leaf, no. But if you say show, like I'm simplifying, of course. But if you say
Mm,
show me a sign, and as soon as you finish saying those words, something streaks across the sky.
sure.
Falls in your path?
I, I'm not. I'm not sure if the timing actually makes it more likely that that sign, if sign it is, was for you.
I don't know. I do. And Kira, I didn't hear your question. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. It was along the same lines. Like,
Okay.
Is there the possibility that the timing of something you witnessed just happened to coincide? Is there the possibility? And then you just took it as a sign? Okay.
I mean, I would definitely say that's a possibility. Then it gets into like whether you believe in coincidence at all, and that gets into determinism, etc.
Let's not.
Yeah.
Let's not. I did. Okay, I figured out how to articulate my question that was that I was struggling with. So there was something that you were saying about many gods, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding, right? So I'm trying to steelman this a little bit. Many gods come from people simplifying something bigger in your worldview. Is that
More or less? Like that's a bit of a simplification. I believe God
It's a
is
big simplification. Yes. Could it also then work the same way or the other way, where one God is a simplification of many distinct experiences or many distinct facets? Because, like, your worldview, your belief system does seem to condense all of these things into one being. So, kind of.
Yes. So I believe that initially, so this gets into like my pure personal beliefs, that I believe that there was initially like a single God who then separated themselves multiple times over, and that was essentially the initial creation. That they then kind of became separate aspects or facets of themselves. And that initiated creation before creating like all of the universe.
What I wonder what makes you confident that this complexity was reduced into many gods rather than being reduced into one.
I would say a lot of that is just through the foundation in not only Christianity but a lot of religions. They do, even if they are polytheistic, for instance, Hinduism, they do center on a single, or even like Norse paganism. They do center along a central creator, and then from that other gods spring. Uh, in that like there was a single more higher power than even the other gods.
Was there?
And then typically yes, so within most paganistics you get into like the primordials within like what do they call it, Greek, there's another name for it, and within Norse, pre-Odin, there, what was his name,
Ymir.
yes, Ymir.
But that was
Ymir and his
material.
siblings. I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
That was more of a material. I mean, he existed, yes, but he never had any power. He never did anything. He was not any. He was a being floating in the ether, right?
And
Like
a
that
lot of
wasn't
times the
really
more
God.
primordial ones are considered more ethereal. They don't give like a lot of aspect to them. They're considered like pre-knowledge, in that like they are unknowable, and that's how a lot of Christians, or that's how the Bible describes the Christian God as well, as unknowable. We of course try to, but
But I don't think the parallel exists in the same way you're saying it. Like in Norse paganism, that not to derail this conversation entirely, but Ymir didn't have any powers of creation. He was created, right? And then other pieces were taken from him. And there is no one creator god in Norse paganism. There is no one high power, right? That doesn't exist. And so I wonder
right,
about your confidence in that.
or so sort of
Is
that gets
because
into the trees, and then like the three people who hold the roots and like the various powers they held, because they held power over the gods as well.
But that's
um
exactly what I'm saying. Like you're attributing this higher power when it's shared among dozens of beings, all of the beings. So I wonder where your confidence is that all of it is one, when there are clearly other belief systems where there is no oneness, there is no ultimate, there is no high.
So those belief systems that do hold those, like, oh, these ones that hold additional power, even over the gods themselves, they were also, like you said, created. It's typically kind of glossed over on how or when or who created them, but it's kind of alluded to that there is essentially some sort of power that
Who
created.
created your God?
So Christianity, for example, does not hold that viewpoint. They view the one supreme God as uncreated.
Do you not think that other belief systems hold certain creative forces as uncreated as well?
Uh, so if they do, they also tend to be monotheistic or monotheistic leaning, uh, and to say that there is a one highest power or a shared power that's split. So with like Hinduism, for example, who like they view a sort of oneness, that there is a one God who has multiple aspects, be it three different aspects, five different aspects. It changes according to their avatars and a bunch of other stuff.
But that's not
Um,
true. That's not true in other belief systems.
what do you mean?
I mean that again, like I feel like we may be trying to reduce something that just isn't you trying to reduce the creative forces to one is a comfortable place for you, right? That's what you believe and that's what you want to believe. But that does not exist. That concept is not true in other belief systems. So I wonder what makes you confident in your position of this one when that's not parallel to other belief systems. It's not.
So I'd be interested in hearing what you mean by like it's not, because I feel like from at least from what I currently know, it mostly is, especially when it comes to the creation of humanity. As it comes to like creation, the universe, like all of existence itself.
Would that shift your beliefs
Nothing.
at all?
Um,
Or would it make you question? Or is this position something that you hold firmly and you're not going to wonder about that at all?
it would definitely be interesting just from a knowledge aspect. A worldview or religion that views especially the creation of humanity as something that was partnered or done by multiple beings. Because
You
I'm not
literally,
Wow.
aware of
okay, just real quick and then I'm done. But you literally brought up Norse paganism. There has never been a singular God. There has never been a higher or highest. There has never been a chief or, well, there's been a chief, but there's never been a one thing. It's always been multiple. It's always been faceted. One greater power. And so like you literally brought up a belief system and tried to
You're right.
parallel.
No, like Norse paganism. You're right, because Norse paganism does actually split that. They say one of the brethren created the bodies, one of them created their minds, one of them created.
Correct. So again, that's what I mean. Like where is the confidence that this complexity should be reduced into one high? It doesn't fit. And so I wonder why we're trying to make it fit.
Could it be a confirmation bias?
Definitely could be, and like thinking on it, it definitely does seem like something that like humanity has tried for. Because even in Norse paganism, where they don't believe that it was all created, they do still have an All Father. They do still have like primary gods, and even within like the cities and polises of other pagan systems, they strive for singularity within a multifaceted spectrum.
I disagree.
Uh,
The idea of all father is actually a mistranslation. But I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that's a miscommunication. That's not actually real. Like the multifaceted thing is very strong in that belief system. He may be the leader of a tribe. So trying to reduce that is again, I think, influenced by a belief held.
Do you not think that you're arguing against it just for the sake of it?
What?
Arguing against what?
The fact that Odin was seen as supreme.
Do you not think you're buying into the idea that Odin is supreme because that's what's comfy for you?
I mean, I can retwist that question around again.
Right, and that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. So
exactly.
Like, no, but that's what I mean. Like, buying into this idea that Odin is supreme, that tells me you don't understand the complexity of the Norse pagan belief system. Because he was never.
Right, and do you not feel like you're just putting that in there? Because I mean, he was. I mean, you can follow history. Like, there's no disagreement on this. Period.
There's
no,
no disagreement.
I mean, there's literally not.
If you want to paint him as a creator god, he's one of three.
Why are you so certain? How are you so certain?
He just doesn't recognize
you guys just
fallibility of his own. Why the fuck are you talking over me? What is the
You're not willing to question your own beliefs.
Why are you? Shut the fuck up, you.
Are you sure?
Piece of shit. Get off my stage.
But like, also, like, again, one of three, and I did not try to like pull my own belief system in here. I'm just trying to like draw. Anyway, misunderstanding a belief system, like, allow yourself to be open to the idea that maybe you are misunderstanding it, right? That there was never one. That he is a leader of a clan, right? I don't know.
Sorry. The second your beliefs are questioned. The second.
Thrayle. We can just do this.
We could just do that. That might, maybe.
Maybe this instead. Hold on.
It wasn't even a matter of him being rude. It was just he doesn't understand. He doesn't get it, and that's okay.
There we go.
The moment we pushed back, he's like, "Oh, you can't question your beliefs." No, you don't seem to understand. We're not here to question our beliefs, though we do constantly. But during the interview, it is about your beliefs and to see if you even can. Not to force you into a view, not to make you accept something contrary to what you believe, but to see if you even can. And the moment we called that out, that you couldn't, your confirmation bias was on display, and then you put your defenses up, and you lashed out.
When you are trying to use another belief system as an example to prove your position, and that example is wonky, and you don't actually understand the parallels that you're trying to draw are not parallel at all, we're gonna say something. But that was uncomfy. That's okay.
Sometimes the moment you find out you can't question your beliefs is a pretty uncomfortable one.
It is, but also, like, I don't know about anybody else, but like, I kind of live for those moments. I kind of want, because you should never hold to something blindly. If something makes you uncomfy, why does it make you uncomfy? Those are the moments that I fucking live for. And this is why I love this life, and I've always loved this life. Why the fuck do you believe the things that you do? Don't get mad. Go inside. See what's going on. See why you believe the things that you do. It's all right. And we're also here to explore that with you. I love that. I love those conversations. There have been so many times in this live where people have had these moments of realization. They're like, oh shit, And we're like, hell yeah, we've been there. You know what I mean? It's so good. You're not among strangers. We've all been at those moments of realization. Like, oh, maybe I should think about that more. Yes, you should. And also tell me everything you're thinking because that's fascinating for me. I love that.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Blake.
Hello,
Also, hi, Tom.
Blake. How you doing?
Good. Just waiting on my late night food delivery splurge. So I'm excited about that.
Thrayle,
Yes.
I don't want to be a bug, but the gift goal's been stuck for a second.
Oh shit. Well, thank you so much to Glamscum Poetry, Vintage VHS Batty, Shell, and Barfing Toaster for helping with that goal. I really appreciate all of you so much. Thank you. Here, we'll play catch up. I don't usually do this, but let's do.
And I'd like to remind everyone that if you don't wish to be questioned and you've already been questioned and have no interest in being questioned further, but you still want to listen and learn and educate yourselves, I would admonish you to keep tapping, hit that share button, hit the gift goal, gift the host, the panel. All these things help boost the algorithm and get us on that For You page of all those wonderful believers who have juicy beliefs for us to examine.
Juicy beliefs.
Sorry, I had a steak yesterday and now I'm thinking about food a lot.
Juicy
Is that like a tasty jam?
Tasty jams. I do like a tasty jam.
Shut up.
Hello, Cedar. I don't know if you've ever been on my panel.
Hello.
Yes. Yes.
I have one time. I have, yes.
One time I've subjected you to the questioning. Okay. Well, you'll have to remind me then your age for TikTok TOS.
I'm currently 31.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
I don't, because the nature of my religion doesn't really have that. I'm a Buddhist.
I see. Is there a particular school you follow?
I've taken refuge in the Vajrayana, specifically the Karma Kaju, but I find myself practicing more Theravada, so legalistically, I guess, I am under one, but I practice more of another.
I see. Is there a reason why you follow this practice over others?
To make it really succinct, I like this one the best.
Fair enough, I suppose. Did you come up to question the questioner?
Yeah, I actually have one singular question for you.
Sounds great. I'm ready.
So a little background for the question. I work in chaplaincy. So when going through my chaplaincy course, this was a question I really liked. So I'll pose it to you. Let's say you're one of the lucky ones that gets to make it to a hospice bed, right? You don't perish tragically or, are going through, undue suffering, right? So let's say you're going through the unalivement process, okay? Where you are now with your beliefs, disbeliefs, unbeliefs, whatever they may be, would you be content with them? Do you think there's a struggle you might have to go through reconciling anything? Do you think you can lay it down, whatever that might be, and allow that to be part of like the peaceful going for you, or do you think it'll be a struggle? Do you think you can lay it down, or do you think it'll be a struggle?
That is a heavy question. I like it. So, to clarify, you're asking if I was at the moment of my unalivement coming to that anyways, with the current beliefs I have, would that be something I'm at peace with, or would I be struggling to find more or something else?
Yeah, yes. I think you understand it.
Okay. I'm gonna give that a moment's thought. I really do like this question.
This is such a good question, Cedar. Thank you for bringing that.
No, my internet cut it out. What was the question?
He's
You missed
asking.
it.
It gives me a chance to chew on it a moment more. He's asking if I were to be at my moment of unalivement or coming to it with my current beliefs, would I be at peace with that? Or would I still be searching for something more?
Gotcha.
Really good question. I might borrow this question. I really like it.
Take it. I will let my my teacher know.
So good. So good. Very good question. I'm thinking a part of me wants to say I would absolutely just understand that this is the most I'm going to know until that moment when I will likely not know anything, or, well, I don't know. So, will I be comforted knowing that I'm going into an unknown and likely a non-existence? It feels like I shouldn't just say I don't know and smirk, but I really do think that I would find some comfort knowing that I have no idea what's next.
I think that's a great answer. I think that's a very honest, transparent answer. And I think a lot of people, I think a lot of people struggle with that, the idea of the unknown. So the fact that instead of to you it being a stranger and more of a comfort or a friend, I think that speaks to a lot of internal work that you have done. So yeah, I think that's a wonderful answer.
I'm still chewing on it, though. That's a good question. Does anybody else want to take a bite of that one?
Ooh.
Sounds like Kira has an actual bite.
No.
I have a question for Cedar in response to that question. Maybe for clarification.
Yeah, sure.
What would it mean? Because you have your beliefs and you're taking your chaplain residency, however that works. What would it mean if someone's response to that was excitement for the end, or rather a sort of what's the word when you're not happy about something but you're relieved. Well, what if it was someone was relieved to find out the end was near? Is that a bad thing or is that a common thing?
I think it depends on what the circumstances are, right? This is actually an ethical thing that does come up sometimes within hospital settings. A 16-year-old coming in who's very happy about that versus, someone who is in a hospice bed. Those are two different situations. So you have to take into consideration their circumstance. So yeah, it really depends on who that person is, all of the demographics involved, all of the situation itself. Um, if we want to put it down into like my realm, if I had someone who was younger come in, but let's say they were in hospice just for, and here's the thing, I've only done practicum in hospice, and that's not my main realm of chaplaincy, but I do have a little bit of experience. I think if that younger person was in hospice for treatment, maybe they were outpatient, treatment here being pain relief. Um, the point of hospice isn't necessarily to continue life. I think if they had a positive outlook for them passing under those circumstances, I think that's a good thing. Um, if they don't have stress of passing, I think it means they have done what they needed to do. They've said what they've needed to say. They understand their situation. They know, in so much that they can know what is going to happen. They can expect what is to happen. If it were other situations, I don't know. I'd have to think about those.
Do you expect everyone to be fear the afterlife or the passing on of this one?
No, I don't expect anything from anyone when it comes to mortality. I've met people who are young, healthy individuals, and they're okay with it. I've met young, healthy individuals who are terrified and don't think about it. They want it to be the last thing they ever have to deal with. And the same kind of goes for those who are older. I've met the same. So it really changes depending on who. Every circumstance is so unique.
Would it surprise you that some people, maybe not a lot, but some people are okay with the thought of passing and don't have a fear of it?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I think we're seeing more of that. I myself am someone who's like that. From a younger age, I really internalized the idea of the end. And I've compounded how okay I was with it. And I don't see it as like scary. I say that now, right? Who knows what I'll say if I make it to a hospice bed. But yeah, no, it's not surprising at all when I meet people who are very okay with it. When they're starting to desire it, that's when concern kind of creeps in. But if you are otherwise, sound and you're okay with it, that's a good thing. That's probably, in my opinion, one of the better outcomes.
Yeah, I definitely agree there's a danger when someone desires it, but I was meaning more or less people who aren't scared of it. But thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for asking. Yeah. I hope one day, like, the end takes off its veil again, or rather we take the veil off of it and we aren't as afraid of it. It is the one thing guaranteed to all of us, right? Even change. There are some people who are really good at dodging change, but that is the one thing we all have to deal with in the end, is the end. And I hope there is one day, hopefully I get to see it, where we are less scared of it.
do you have any, well, I guess as a Buddhist, do you believe in reincarnation?
No, this was actually one of the questions that came up when I was up here. I don't believe in reincarnation, but in the same way that I don't really have any proof to say that it's not real, you know? I was talking to a friend one time and I was like kind of explaining it to them, and they said, "So you believe in recycling more than you believe in reincarnation?" And I was like, that is a perfect way to say it. The way that we preserve bodies before putting them into the ground means that you can probably last quite some time. But if we are looking at like natural burial or something, the ideal, excuse me, is that, you know, you would feed the earth grows, it feeds insects, insects feed birds, etc., etc. Circle of life thing. That I believe in, sure. Reincarnation as it stands, I'll give you your answer when I get there.
Would you like there to be a existence after passing?
If I got to choose it, maybe. But I really like the idea of a rest, an unconscious rest. Sounds great to me. But if I got to choose the afterlife or what kind, then maybe.
Any of them sound appealing to you? Because you sound like you've learned up on a few of them. There's like heaven, Valhalla, whatever, Hades, whatever. Do any of those places sound appealing to you?
The only one that sounds appealing to me that comes from a religion is of course my own, right? There's bias there. And it would be, well, there's two. Either what we call Sukhavati or Dewachen, which is Amitabha's pure realm. And basically, things are just easier there. It's easier to live, it's easier to practice the Dharma. The other one would be Tanaduk, which is Medicine Buddha's pure realm. I wouldn't mind going there. It's just a giant garden with healing plants. And it's luminous. Everything is lapis colored. The water is lapis colored. The ground you walk on is lapis. So either of those, or my own personal, would be to be a semi-sentient gas cloud floating around in the cosmos, just kind of watching everything, because I'm a nosy bitch.
Sort of
You
like a
mean like,
nebula.
I'm imagining the character from Rick and Morty. I think they called it Fart.
If I can be, I haven't, but if I can just be a cosmic fart, yeah, sure, why not?
May the gases be with you. If there was an afterlife, say, you know, surprise, surprise, we go and boom, afterlife. Would you regret how you lived your life, or would you face off with the deity in front of you or whatever? Like, how would you respond if surprise, there's a deity and there's an afterlife and it's right in front of you? What would you think would be your response?
Because there are so many, and I've been asked this question by people before, I always give the same answer. I'm concerned with this life. I'll deal with that when I get to that bridge. I'll cross that bridge when I get there.
That's a fair response. I can get with that.
Kat, Kira, this is the most quiet I've ever heard either of you when I'm on panel.
Listen, I know, because I struggle with non-dualism so much. I struggle with it so much. But I also don't want to bogart the live and listen. I don't want to make this about me and my struggles with non-dualism. It's a live about questioning beliefs, and everybody has questions. It's not about my questions about something I cannot grasp.
Well, it's great because you don't have to understand it, right? It's not part of your belief system. So you get that, but also I'm not the one to explain it so well either, because I do still, it's not something I fully understand either. I understand it enough to illustrate it to other people, but not to get into like Madhyamaka and stuff like that.
And to brag about it to other people.
I have another question real quick. I asked a few people today and I got some differing responses. If you're up for it, Cedar.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
What's something you've learned in your religion that you think you might not have learned had you not sought out your religion?
What is something I've learned in my religion that I otherwise would not have known without seeking out this religion? Well, the interest on my lap, but I probably would not have come across specifically Buddhist philosophy, which looks very different. Well, I guess not so different. It is definitely unique to Western or classical philosophy. There's more points on the compass, I guess, when it comes to that. But I mean, there's just so much within Buddhism that you really don't know about anyway until you get into it. You know, you'll hear about the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, things like that. But unless you take a real interest, you don't know about like the Havajra Tantra or the various Theramas that exist, the Kanjur and the Tenjur. You know, there's just a lot there that you wouldn't otherwise know unless you knew.
So just basically the certain Buddhist beliefs, but nothing specifically stands out?
At this moment, no. Ask me at 3 p.m. later and I might have a better answer.
Okay, I'll accept questions for later. I don't want to put you on the spot too much. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, no,
I wasn't sure. I've had some different responses, so I'm always curious to find out what people's beliefs give them. And for you, I guess I'm a little bit like you come to a conclusion that your beliefs correlate with your understanding and your morals and things, but why Buddhism and not I don't know, Satanism, or I don't know, Hinduism, or any other religion? Why Buddhism, and specifically your branch of it?
Yeah, that goes back to earlier. Really, I just like it. Specifically within Vajrayana, there's a lot of practices that are we focus on body, speech, and mind a lot. That gets brought into almost all of our practices. So there's a lot of imagining, doing, there's a lot of ritual involved, and that is much more appealing to me than sitting in a pew. You know, being really involved in something, using most, if not all of your senses, I really like. Yeah, like I said, in the most succinct way for me to put it is, I really like it.
Well, that's fair. If it for lack of a better term, if it drives your boat, or if it floats your boat, or if you relate to it, I can understand you would like it. Especially if you found practical application in it helpful to you. So yeah, I thank you for answering my questions. Does anyone else have any questions? I have lots of questions, but I don't want to overhog the panel or anything.
Kat, do you want to talk about Sogchen? Kira, do you want me to try non-dualism again?
Ugh, gods. Thrayle.
Cedar, what would convince you to believe in a god?
Oh, I have no belief in a god. Well, I identify as an apatheist, I guess.
What do you think would make you care enough to believe in a god?
I want to say, instinctually, I want to say it appearing before me. But even then, I guess that could also answer loony bats. Maybe that's part of an answer to your question as well. I'm very skeptical. Even then, I'd probably be like, all right, but is this not some kind of hallucination? Did I not sleep well enough? Is this a dream? So I want to say, like, if it appeared in front of me, but even then, maybe not.
So it's sounding like it's
What would convince me? Yeah, I don't know at the moment.
Debbie, I don't know, is in the chat. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I am thinking about
I had
it.
my mute on my headphones toggled, so every time I click off the mute here, I was still muted because the mute on my headphones is toggled. I've tried to talk like 3 times. It doesn't even matter at this point, but that was a good answer.
But now we know. And yeah, I don't know, it's a great answer.
I don't know if you noticed me coming off mute, and there's nothing.
I did once. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's what was going on.
I think maybe I would take, let's say it's in front of me, whatever God is. Let's say it's in front of me. Maybe I would try to put the Buddha's advice to the Kalamas into practice. I would sit down, have a conversation, be like, can I speak to you again? Kind of wait, have various conversations, and see what results. And if whatever those results are, given whatever circumstance it is, in this vague hypothetical, I guess, I think whatever results, maybe I would weigh that against reality without getting into, well, what is reality? Of course. Yeah, and then I'd have to really engage for a long time with whatever it is to come to a decision. Yeah, I'd put it through the gauntlet. And then maybe I would believe.
I think that's wise. I like that. Cedar. I'm trying to decide how far I should get. No, maybe a different time. My struggle with non-dualism. All right, let me ask you this. Do you feel like an individual, or is there no true separation?
In temporal reality, I do feel like an individual. I have not reached any of the boomies yet to say that I have the realization of the separation of ego from self.
Oh,
My ego is still very intact. I have not foregone my ego yet.
What's
So
a
yes,
boomy?
So the boomies, depending on, so you have sutra and tantra. These are texts. In the sutras, I believe there's 12. I know it's an even number, and I always mess up the number, so please go look into this yourself. I believe there's 12 in the sutras, and I believe there's 14 in the tantras. But bhumi is the Sanskrit word for ground. And there are either 10 in the sutras and like 14 in the tantras, or 14 in the tantras, 16 in the sutras, whatever. There are levels of awakening. So the bodhisattvas, those who will forego nirvana, ultimate enlightenment, to stay here and help sentient beings, they reside on one of the bhumis, the upper bhumis. They have some degree of awakening.
I'm still trying to understand non-dualism. Is it sort of like hive mind, or is it very different?
If I understand hive mind correctly, and I might not, hive mind is like where everyone kind of thinks the same thing, right?
Yes.
Right. Is non-dualism? No. Non-dualism in Buddhism, because that word can have a few different applications, that term non-dualism. In Buddhism, specifically in the Madhyamaka school. So the Madhyamaka, it's roughly translated to like the middle way. This is in the Gelug tradition, so the Dalai Lama's tradition. Madhyamaka poses temporal reality and ultimate reality. It's called the Two Truths Doctrine. And temporal reality is our waking reality, right? The reality in which we are awake, alert, responsive to stimuli. Ultimate reality is our conscious awakening.
Why would that distinction need to exist?
The way I understand it is Madhyamaka was an attempt to, what's the word I want? Progress, evolve, conflicts that arose between idealism and materialism.
Ultimately, is there some creator god?
In Buddhism, no.
So, okay. So the evolution is necessary. Why?
The evolution of the philosophy. So Yogacara is what came first. So that was predominantly idealism. As philosophers continued, they realized the pitfalls with idealism. So the philosophy Madhyamaka that was brought about by Nagarjuna was kind of an attempt to make space not only for idealism but materialism as well, and how they interact with each other.
So, okay, so where was all of this born?
Which part?
All of it. Like what was the beginning and what is the ultimate end? If the point is evolution, if the point is learning, who decided?
Various lamas decided this. If we're just sticking to the philosophy part.
But I mean like spiritually, like even before lamas were lamas, like even before everything was everything. What where is the origin point?
For Buddhism?
Yes. Or whatever you believe in, the origin point of your beliefs.
The origin point for Buddhism starts with the Buddha.
But like humanity, right?
Okay, so if we're talking about like the world, you would find this in the Abhidharma. The Abhidharma is not the part of is not a text that I am very familiar with. I can tell you that,
Simplify it.
Simplify it. The Abhidharma is okay. The first tradition of Buddhism, Theravada, 3 parts to their canon. One of them, the
Peter. Peter, I swear to fucking God. Okay. What is the driving force behind all of this? Where was this determined? Why does it matter?
It's an end to suffering.
Huh?
An end to suffering.
Okay. Who so the Buddha, right, had his enlightenment. Where did the enlightenment come from?
His meditation
Okay.
for 49 days.
Who gifted him with the enlightenment?
No one.
Okay, so it was just his own realization.
Yes.
And so now we all seek to, and when I say we, I just mean Buddhists. Like, now we all seek to find the same enlightenment he found?
The problem with saying all.
Stop. Keep it simple.
Well, I mean, that, you know how I am. That's the problem with keeping
I know how you
the
are.
broad strokes. I have problems with the broad strokes.
I know.
The Buddhist doctrine, yes. So Buddhist doctrine, if we're putting everyone under an umbrella, yes. The ultimate goal for every Buddhist is awakening. Yes.
Awakening to what?
The realization of nirvana and samsara inseparable.
Okay.
The dissolution of ego.
Not buying into.
Mm-hmm.
To get to this point? To find nirvana? Okay.
You want, the relinquishing of suffering.
So what is nirvana?
Nirvana is, and it's argued whether it's a space or not, nirvana is awakening. They're often used interchangeably. Awakening is the dissolution of ego, the foregoing of suffering, the understanding of emptiness.
What is the point? What does that give you as opposed to somebody who does not seek nirvana?
It gives me, I mean, the whole path for me is just a way through life without suffering. Sure. Because again, I don't really buy into a lot of the other stuff, but for me, it is a guide to letting go of the things that cause me pain.
Right. And ultimately, is there any gift or is there anything beyond this like understanding of life? Or is the entire belief system just based on this understanding of life and how to navigate it well? Or is there some reward at the end? Is there some like higher gift that you were giving? Like this entire idea of awakening shifts between belief systems, and so I wonder what awakening means.
All three that you stated. It is a way for in this life to get through suffering. Okay. It is there's the ultimate goal of awakening itself, and that is the reward, is that there will be no more suffering. Now, to what extent? There
isn't some like deity, like, oh, you made it, you get to be part of this system up here now. Like, nope. There's not that's not involved. Okay.
Not really. No, not ultimately. There are some who do practices that their karma might allow them to reincarnate in the Deva realm or something, you know. But ultimately, no. Even the Devas, you know, ideally they find awakening too.
So it's not anything outside of this realm. It's just how to navigate this realm.
Yes, no, and.
If it's not about this realm and it's not about navigating this realm, then what is the outside? Is there a being outside that is operating? Is there some like?
Nope. There's no God. There's no being. The only force, well, I shouldn't say the only force, but the biggest one, I guess, would be karma. Just cause and effect.
How is that spiritual?
I don't think it was ever meant to be. I think we kind of made it that way. You know, the Buddha didn't really set out to create a religion. People asked him a bunch of questions, and, you know, we got the Theravada tradition. And then the Dharma, the teachings of the Buddha, as it came to other countries, it found a way. So I often say Buddhism is the cultural interpretation of the Dharma. So this is where you get like the spirits that are added and, you know, various things like that.
What are spirits? When you say that, what are spirits?
Spirits in the East Asian traditions would be things like the Nagas, the water dwellers, you know, these beings that exist in the water that are half human, half snake. You have the Yakshas, which are these like dwarf-like beings that dwell within the earth.
So
Onward
they're
and onward.
within your reality and without.
Say that again?
So they're within the reality that you experience and also outside of it.
Allegedly, they're in this reality with us, yes.
What? So there's this belief in beings that live outside of your realm, but there's no belief in God? Or anything?
Not. So the closest you're going to get to God are the Devas. But they are not all-knowing. They are not all-powerful. They are not eternal. They pass away just like the other beings. I would really have to get into the weeds to kind of explain this. So, samsara. So think of samsara as a giant circle, okay? And then you have the 6 realms that are within samsara. So you can think of these as kind of like overlapping circles. And so you have the unseen beings, as it were, the hell beings, the hungry ghosts, and then you have humans and animals, and then you have what gets translated as either the heroes or the demigods, and then the devas. All of them exist in this circle of samsara, interacting with each other. Per the doctrine. Again, I have my own personal beliefs about that, but yeah.
And you do believe in the other realms?
I believe at the very least in the animal realm.
The one that you live on?
Oh, all of these beings allegedly exist on Earth, or within the Earth, or under the Earth, or around the Earth.
But they're just not seen.
What was that?
What shape is the Earth, Cedar?
The Earth is the shape of an oblate spheroid.
Okay.
Somebody's notorious for that.
Where is under the spheroid?
Under the crust of the Earth. Or within the crust of the Earth, I guess. Somewhere between the crust and the mantle, I guess.
Is the oblate spheroid hollow?
I don't think it's hollow. As far as I know, it's a hot core, but I haven't been up on what recent findings are, so...
Just checking. I didn't expect wild answers, but yeah.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's a hot core, unless the core is cooling, and I feel like we would be seeing effects of that. Or maybe we are seeing the effects of that, who knows?
It's really interesting for me to like, oh, sorry, Thrayle, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's really interesting to me to hear Buddhism spoken of as a way of navigating life, but then now we're opening it up to several realms and the seen and the unseen and the things that are spiritual that we're interacting with now. So it's not actually just a way of navigating life. Like there are definite supernatural aspects to this belief system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And a lot of people this is where I run into issues with people who don't really know a lot about Buddhism. They're like, I just really like it because it's a moral guide. It is. That was the very first teaching of the Buddha, the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. Absolutely. His second teaching, though, was contention with the idea of a soul. And again, as Buddhism went, or as the Dharma, the teachings of the Buddha went to various countries, it amalgamated with whatever was already there, which tended to be often animistic traditions. And so they fit the Dharma into that. So we have the ideas of compassion, right? What are called the 6 paramitas, the 6 perfections. One of them is compassion and generosity. And so that became, making offerings to other sentient beings or things that may have sentience, right? So the various nature spirits that were around that region. So yeah, it is a way of being. It has an entire philosophy. But like I said, yes, no, and.
Okay, so these other realms may just be a state of consciousness, or like a.
Yes, in the Vajrayana, you're getting really close. Yes, in the Vajrayana,
I hate this so much. Okay,
yeah. There's
even
an entire
more bad than I was before.
Yeah, there's actually entire practices. It's called the Korde Rushen, that deal with that. They take them as more symbolic. So you have, and I can't remember exactly what's the animal realm is like ignorance, I think, or something. I don't remember. But yeah.
So okay, so these are states of human experience that you are claiming are other realms.
Nope, they can be, and I don't claim that. The doctrine might.
Oh, okay. Where's the difference?
I don't take all the doctrine.
Okay, all right. So, do you think? Never mind. If these are facets of human experience, and they're also realms, this belief system fucks me up so hard. Okay. I hate it so much.
And again, I just want to say I am again, I just want to say I am also not the best person to be talking to about this. I am only so knowledgeable about it.
So if someone does not believe in this, do they still exist?
Yeah, there's no problem with that. Unless you want to get into the rabbit hole of, well, what is existence,
No, that's Kat's realm. That's not my realm. So
yeah, no.
If I don't believe in them, do they still exist for me?
The other realms, if they don't exist for you, they don't exist for you.
Are these realms then something that are only accessible internally in your belief system?
No, you can go interact with the animals.
Okay.
So I'll attempt, okay, right? I'll attempt. Let's take the easiest one because we can see them and interact with them with our own senses. So we have animals, right? Yeah. So they're one of these 6 realms within Buddhism. Okay. You have the animal realm and then you have the human realm. Notice how there is no separation between humans and animals, though, right?
But you just did make a separation, right?
We interact with them, though, right? That's what I mean.
But what is different? What is the differentiation between human and animal? Because we are animals.
Right. So at that time, it wasn't seen that way. We know now. We know better. At that time, they were separate. You have the humans. You have the animals. These are 2 different kinds of beings.
But
we understand now. Yes.
We know better.
Yes.
So there's no separation.
So there is no separation right now.
So there's no animal.
But when you get into
separate realms, then.
So I make
ultimately
exactly.
No, there isn't. No, ultimately there isn't.
I hate everything. I hate it. If there is no separation, then the separation is just something we created.
Yes, so yes.
No, don't say yes because you believe in the separation. You believe in the distinction. You believe that. These are your beliefs.
I believe. Well, like I said, I don't adhere to all the doctrine, which is a nice thing about Buddhism, right? We don't have to.
It's not nice. It's very confusing.
It is confusing. I get confused even. You and I are probably in the same boat more often than we aren't.
I hate it.
But I mean, you know, I would definitely go see an MD or a DO, but I'm gonna go take my pets to a vet, you know. So there is like a practical distinction there. But when you get into like Vajrayana, the realms become less physical, real. I don't know what the word I want here is.
What is the point of the realms?
The point of the realms in the beginning was just a distinction. A lot of it comes from mythology. As practices progressed throughout the history of Buddhism, they became more symbolic.
But like, okay, so if a realm is an experience, why would you call it a realm and not just an experience? This is everything that we. Why then would those things need realms? What is this? What is so special that you have to separate it into a realm?
Mm-hmm.
If all of it's a part of a lived experience, can we just not say that that is on this realm, within our experience, everything that we can understand and grasp? Like, what is the why realms?
Mm-hmm. I can't answer the realms part, but if you were to say, but these are all just lived experiences, most very educated Buddhists would agree with you.
I mean, but because that's what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think
Of course, yes.
many facets. Every facet does not have to be a realm. I wonder why we would separate it into a realm. What is the point of a realm? What is the point of a realm?
What is the point of a realm? I think because I haven't read all of the suttas, so maybe if I have, which that's an extensive canon, maybe I can give you the actual answer. But I haven't, so I can't give you the actual answer.
Okay.
But I think, so I don't know, but I think it probably had something to do with like illustrative purposes. It had something that people of that culture in that time could relate to, if I had to make a guess.
Okay. I think that's fair. And I think that as with every fucking conversation about your belief system, I have left with more questions than I started with. And I'm more confused than when we began. And that's okay. I'm gonna table this for now. Because I have never met. Okay.
I was gonna say, I have more questions if your blood pressure is not in danger. I also feel very similarly about a lot of this belief system, so I feel you.
I have never encountered a belief system that so every other belief system that I've ever encountered has led me to some conclusion. And me and Cedar, this is how we met on the fucking Batcolyte. And I don't know if Thrayle remembers, but me and Cedar's first conversation on this panel was the same. Where I'm like, we led to what the fuck is happening? I don't get it. I still feel the same way. I love that you are willing to engage in this. I still don't get it. I think that my programming is so out of alignment with yours or with this belief system that I cannot grasp it. And I find myself to be a fairly intelligent individual. I just can't get it, and I don't understand the purpose, and I don't understand the why, and that drives me nuts. I'm going to keep digging. I'm going to keep digging. Not tonight, because I feel like I'm done. I'm done now. I got some shit to think about, but like, oh man.
I'm glad that you have the interest. And again, I try my best, but I'm not a Kempo, I'm not a Lama, right?
I'm about to create a realm out of my misunderstanding. That's what I'm doing.
You can.
My misunderstanding is so vast now that it is now a realm, and you all can join me in this realm of misunderstanding.
So I will say, you will miss parts of Buddhism if it's always black and white thinking, and I think that's intentional.
I don't think I'm a black and white thinker. Maybe I'm wrong. I think I'm very comfy in the gray area. I like a challenge. I just can't get there. There's something in me that's, and that could be societal. There's something I'm missing, and that's okay. That's all right.
There's probably things I'm missing too. Like I said, my explanations are only so, there's only so much breadth and depth to my understanding too. So,
but Cedar, I love you and I appreciate you coming on. I really do.
Blake, you got questions for Cedar?
Yeah.
What I don't understand is I understand the wanting an end to suffering, but I don't understand why oneness negates an endness to suffering, and yeah, I guess that's where I get why I don't understand where oneness is how that necessit or I might be mixing up the grammar on which order this goes, but the how one necessitates the other.
By oneness, do you mean the realization of temporal and ultimate reality being one and the same?
Whatever you mean by, is that what you mean by oneness?
So usually when oneness is spoken about in Buddhism, that's kind of what it means, is that there is no delineation between temporal reality and ultimate reality. We call this, the jargon is shunyata, which often gets translated as emptiness.
Is that what you think one, what do you think? Because I also not near we believe this is a part of the belief system, but I don't believe that. So I think that's where I'm getting a little bit confused too. So what is oneness to you?
Oneness to me is still something I have yet to grasp myself.
There's a lot in Buddhism where, like Kira pointed out, it's very confusing.
So why believe in something that you don't understand? How can you say you believe in something if you don't understand it? Does that make sense?
Yes. The parts of Buddhism that I do believe in, I do understand. And those are the ones that I have practiced and had desirable results from. There are parts of the philosophical doctrines that I don't understand. And I don't have a claim for them. And one of the very first things that I believe, I shouldn't say believe. One of the things that I really appreciate about Buddhism is, like I mentioned earlier, the Kalama Sutra or the Kesamudi Sutta. And this was the Buddha saying, in sum, don't believe things just because they're tradition. Don't believe things just because someone said they're true. Don't believe things, et cetera, et cetera. This wasn't him saying, be a skeptic to detriment, right? So I believe in vaccinations. I believe those things work. I'm not going to be out here being but how do we really know? I'm not that kind of person. What he was saying is, if there's something you don't understand, investigate it. Put it to the test. See what happens. Find out for yourself. And that has allowed for a lot of investigation into Buddhism itself, but also to not dogmatically cling to, which would be ironic. It allows for us to not cling to these things. So yeah, the parts that I don't understand, I simply don't have a claim one way or the other for. The parts that I do understand, I can say for me how they worked out and if they worked out. And those are the parts that I believe and adhere to.
Okay, I don't think I understand which parts you
hear and cling to? Because like, do you believe in oneness? Because like that's what I was trying to like kind of go down that rail, and then like we're talking about like what the Buddha believes, but I'm trying to figure out like what you believe.
Well, do I believe in oneness? I have yet to understand it even philosophically. So I neither believe nor disbelieve. I'm ignorant to it, I guess. Not fully, because I understand it. Again, I'm trying to not use jargon. I understand superficially some of the philosophy when it comes to oneness. I think that's the best way I can answer this.
Cedar?
Yes.
Have you read, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing this correctly, I'm bad at pronouncing words, a sutta by Bhikkhu?
There are many suttas and there are many bhikkhus, so I don't know. Probably not.
Okay, I was trying to do a little research as you were talking about Buddhism, because you said that it part of Buddhism is like avoidance of suffering or something like that. I think was what you said.
Not avoidance, definitely not. No. I know what you're saying though.
Would seeking knowledge, roaming and like trying to learn things that are difficult to understand, would that be considered suffering?
Would the seeking of knowledge be considered suffering?
The seeking of things that you don't understand, like difficult concepts or things that you don't know but are learning. Like is it like, say someone were to like seek truth and then like suffering?
I think it could. Yeah, if it becomes obsessive and it becomes detrimental to that individual in some way, yeah. But there are people who make seeking the truth to something their whole being, and they do suffer for that work. And that end result, it bears something good to come out of that. So I think it's an ethical conundrum.
So like damned if you do and damned if you don't?
Yeah, possibly, yes.
So if there's danger of obsessing about truth, why seek after truth if it causes suffering? Why not avoid, like, isn't there, maybe avoid is the wrong word, maybe I'm trying to understand it from a place of ignorance, but if part of the philosophy of Buddhism is to not have suffering, why go through the pain of seeking and understanding things that we may never understand?
We talk a lot about the middle way in Buddhism, and I think a lot of people in the West, when I've heard people talk about it, they talk about it as if it's like 2 points on a continuum, and the middle way is like the point in the middle. And that's not typically how it's understood in the East, based on what my teachers have taught me. It's the destruction of extremities, and the middle way is somewhere in what's left. Finding the middle way in the example you gave for the striving for knowledge or an ultimate truth,
that's going to be the best thing to do. You want to temper it. So I think in the example you gave, you can find that truth. You have to be skillful about it. You have to be able to temper the obsession, I guess, or not make it into obsession, I suppose, rather. You know, we can have these things and enjoy them, but when we are clinging to them, that's where the pain comes in. Oftentimes the example is given of, like, you know, you reach your hand into a cookie jar, right? When you grab the cookie, your hand makes a fist, and so it's hard to get your hand out of the jar. The way you get your hand out of the jar is you let go of that thing that you're trying so hard for, that thing you want so bad. You let it go, and your hand's free. That,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. Is the cookie the only thing that you could eat?
Well, that's the only thing in front of me right now, I guess.
Well, I guess you're starving.
Yeah, starving for truth. Which would seem like an endless cycle of suffering to me.
Mm-hmm. That's samsara.
So I guess everything in moderation then.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm going to guess Dancing in Duality might have a few questions for Cedar.
I might. Hey, Cedar, nice to meet you.
Hello.
I also follow similar. I follow Sikhism. I also have a similar to non-dualistic viewpoint. I mean, I'm not the most knowledgeable or educated person on my
Neither
faith
am I,
non-dualism.
and everyone wants to ask me about non-dualism.
I just wanted to pick your brain on the concept of karma and rebirth or reincarnation. If our karma is kind of determined by our actions, which are driven by, I guess, mostly by our ego or this temporal realm, how can that translate to? I don't know if you guys have a concept of the Atma. I don't think you do, but that next rebirth, it's the suffering that the true consciousness goes through is tied.
So like I said, I'll preface this. I am not a big proponent for the idea of reincarnation. I don't think it's a thing.
Yeah, me neither, to be honest.
So I can only give you kind of like the doctrine that I know. Yeah, we don't have the idea of Atman. So I referenced that a little earlier. The second teaching of the Buddha, the Anatta Lakkhana Sutta, which is the idea that there is no Atman. We have Anatman, or consciousness. That the idea is the consciousness, unless you start attaining, you enter the stream is the phrase, and you start attaining the bhumis, or the graduated path of awakening. Your karma dictates where you're going in the next life. Now, what that method is or how that math works, I don't know. But yeah, that's like the consciousness goes. In the Vajrayana, there are some practices like Shitro, like Poa, where just the aspiration for Amitabha's Puram, Sukhavati, Dewachen, where you can kind of either control or through powerful aspiration send your consciousness into that next incarnation. Whether that's true, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a big part I struggle on too, is the reincarnation, the karmic cycle. It doesn't add up to me. But my other question would be does Buddhism itself, like, I know it's not generally all you, are there certain rituals kind of embedded in the faith itself?
Yeah. In the Theravada tradition, they're much more focused on personal liberation, and they're kind of like the more philosophical Buddhists. There's not a lot of, not to say there isn't any, there absolutely is, but there's not a whole lot comparatively of, like, quote unquote spiritual practices within the Theravada traditions. They are there, they exist, they acknowledge the Nagas, and stuff like that.
And so they do have some rituals. They're predominantly the ones that I understand. It's generally all like offering rituals and to make peace with things, and to bring, fortunate blessings to people, stuff like that. Now, when you go through to the Mahayana, it gets even more, and then when you get to the Vajrayana, it's a lot more. There is a sadhana or a practice for like every spiritual being that you could think of, and at least 10 practices for them. There's kind of like a ritual for everything except weddings, funnily enough. They have blessings for them, but otherwise it's kind of like marriage isn't a big celebration in Buddhism.
Do you feel the rituals are actually adding spiritual value? I mean, those are loaded words, I know, or are they kind of performative? And not to put them down. I mean, we have certain rituals where I think might be a performative nature to them, or guiding you further down the path, actually, or more from a human perspective, performative.
I think for some people, especially in the West, it's performative, but in the East, it's definitely, they feel there's a real I don't like consequence. That has like a bad connotation. A real effect, a real result. For me, I do some of those rituals, but it's not so much that I necessarily believe that I'm actually giving water to the pretas. For me, it's kind of like this practice of generosity. I'm flexing the generosity muscle so that when I am out in the world interacting with people, maybe I have a higher propensity to be more generous or compassionate. It's like it's mind training for me.
No, I get it. I mean, I understand that. I mean, I have certain continuous practices that I do. Maybe I call them ritual or not. In Sikhism, a big proponent of Sikhism is kind of going away from rituals. I don't know if that stems from it stems from the true nature of reality is not going to be, we believe, is not going to be found in a ritualistic manner. Like when our founder Guru Nanak, when he first, I think it's in the mid 15th Hindu practitioners, they were in the Ganges River and they were throwing water to the moon, towards the moon, and he started throwing water the other way, and they're like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I want the water to go to my fields back home. And they're like, what do you mean? How's the water going to get to your fields? And he's like, how's the water going to get to the moon? So I feel like as the decades progressed, I mean, as the centuries progressed, even feel like they're more performative, even in the East. They're more to kind of bring the community together, and I don't know if it is performative, and I just wanted to pick your brain on that.
I definitely think the ritual of langar absolutely brings people together.
Definitely. I don't consider that more of a ritual, as kind of underpinning. But I do agree, it does definitely bring people together of any caste, creed, race, wealth status, or anything like that.
Are there more questions? Questioning the belief.
Cedar, how do you question your beliefs in Buddhism?
I have always been rather skeptical. I feel like, and I can never remember which character it was, but it was on the X-Files. And it was either Mulder or Scully. It's one of the two. Says the phrase, I want to believe. Had another depth of just like, I don't know, a cool experience to the human existence if things like magic, ghosts, things like that were real. But I've yet to be convinced of those things. And so, when I found my way into Buddhism, when it kind of arose in my life, that kind of, like I said earlier, that kind of a lot of, I shouldn't say everyone, a lot of people come into contact with, the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, things like that. And I liked it. And so that part I could get behind. When I started taking a little more seriously, and I found a teacher who was, Vajrayana, which is arguably the most woo, I guess, of the three main branches. I started practicing mandala and mantra and things like that. Whether they have a real effect on the world, I don't know. But they have an effect on me. And so that's why I continue doing it.
Okay. I mean, I have this question. I know Thrill's asked me this question, but I have this question to myself as well. I mean, in these practices, these meditative states, and this quote unquote ultimate reality, letting go of the ego, quote unquote, or is it just your brain and different mental states? Do you ever question that?
During meditation, oh yeah, I mean, we know that your brain goes into an altered state of consciousness during meditation.
I mean, my question being, is it more of just kind of a physical reality where the brain is doing what the brain does, and it's not something, not a claim on the ultimate nature of reality in any sense?
Mm-hmm. I do think I think those experiences are definitely measurable. I don't think there's necessarily anything outside of you, that is really going on with with what, again, I do know about ultimate reality, because then we get into the whole non-dualism thing, which I'm not an expert in. But yeah, but at the same time, and again, that topic is such a pain in the ass. I don't believe Nagarjuna even proposed that it was outside, because so much of Buddhism is idealism, and we know the issues that come with idealism. And then it just becomes this samsara, nirvana, inseparable. What is mind? What isn't mind? It's, yeah. So my answer, it's all in your head. But that's kind of what Buddhism began with anyway. It's all in your head.
I can agree with that. Well, I appreciate you answering my questions, friend.
Yeah, thank you.
You said earlier that you want to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Is wanting to believe enough for someone to believe something?
I think for some people, probably. I think some people definitely, they want to believe something so much that they fall into confirmation bias, or they become convinced, easier maybe, I don't know, than someone who isn't already in that biased realm of wanting to believe. So yeah, I think someone who has the bias of wanting to believe is probably going to be easier for them to believe in something, because they might already consciously or subconsciously be looking for that proof, versus someone who doesn't have that bias.
If you wanted to believe in something different, maybe something with more reassurance of whatever truths they claim, would that be enough for you to switch beliefs and something different?
Restate that one more time.
Sorry, if you say wanted to believe a higher power that gave you an afterlife, or I don't know, whatever religion that might pique your interest, would that be enough for you to switch and to change religions?
Just desire alone, probably not. No, not for me at least.
So if you remove the desire,
Mm.
what else causes you to believe in?
The one I already have.
Yes, the Buddhism.
Okay. What makes me believe in this one over the others? Is that kind of what you're asking?
If you remove the desire aspect,
okay,
because desire apparently isn't enough. If you remove the desire aspect, what prompts you to believe in Buddhism?
that part is, I don't know if desire was ever part of it. For other religions, like just the desire alone, that I don't think that would be enough. I don't know what would need to qualify for me to believe in other religions, but I mean, I already believe in the parts of this one that I believe in. You know, we've already had that conversation. So I think that's where I'm getting hung up on. Like, I don't need a desire for this one because I'm already doing it.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood. I'm sorry. I know SP's been struggling with the technology issues right now. I don't know if they had a question or anything.
Sure, it looks like hopefully I fixed it. Just had to restart the app. Cedar, this would be going back a little bit, but you talked about how the intent of your belief is to end all suffering. Is that correct?
That's the doctrine of Buddhism, yeah, the elimination of suffering.
What does Buddhism define as suffering, and what do you believe?
So Buddhism uses the term dukkha. Dukkha generally gets translated in English as suffering, but with a lot of Sanskrit words, one word has several meanings. Dukkha gets translated in the West as suffering. It's closer to clinging or attachment.
Do they see that clinging or attachment as the root of the suffering or a consequence of it?
Let me go through the truths. So I don't know if it's the root or the consequence.
What do you believe?
I absolutely agree suffering exists.
If suffering exists as a consequence, and let's say the clinging and attachment exists as a consequence, how would that shape how you approach suffering and your belief?
If it exists as a consequence, well, I'd have to know the cause and then tackle that, I guess.
What do you think is the cause for clinging and attachment?
The cause for clinging and attachment. I guess it depends on what is in question. So like desire is definitely part of this clinging and desire, or sorry, words. Our needs, our basic needs, even those require us to want things, right? So we need shelter, we need water. Those are founded in desires, you know, for evolutionary reasons. Yeah, there's a lot swirling in my head. I don't know how to put it all together.
We could maybe go through what you just stated as an example. Would you or would Buddhism or both consider food and water and desiring those things to be attachments?
Yes. Necessary attachments, but yes.
What makes an attachment necessary or unnecessary?
For me, the necessary ones are the ones that keep you alive. We, again, in Buddhism, we try not to go toward extremes. So we try not to go toward nihilism nor eternalism, annihilation nor existentialism. We try to find that middle way. And so continuing your indulgence nor to the point of deprivation, I think, is the wisest thing. I don't know if that was answering the question or not. That was a thought process for sure, but
That's okay. It helps me understand your thinking. So is that considered an attachment then? But is it acceptable in your belief?
clinging to life. If we go back to the example of like the hospice thing at the very beginning, I'm not sure if you were here for that or not.
I did hear that piece, but I do want to know what you think.
Yeah. So I think like if I'm passing, let's use I statements. Okay. If I'm passing and I'm trying to cling on to life for whatever reason, insert a reason here. Someone's not there who I really want there. I just don't want to go yet, whatever the reason may be. I think that's causing me suffering, that kind of clinging. Now, if I'm clinging to life because I'm in despair and I have this paralyzing depression, right? But I'm clinging to life, I'm hanging on for my own edification and for not putting the ones I love closest to me through some kind of hardship. I think that's good. I think that's beneficial.
Is there room in your belief to just to see life as something that you just accept and do not cling to? And what would that look like if you accept life and don't cling to food and water and continuing?
Yeah, that would just be a well-balanced life. That would be, someone who understands the middle way and can apply it in ways, like I said, not to the point of deprivation nor to the point of indulgence. I keep burping. I'm so sorry. Yeah, they're absolutely. I mean, that's kind of I shouldn't say the goal. That is a cornerstone of Buddhism is living life in a way that isn't in extremes, living life in a way that is balanced. Now, Buddhism also takes into consideration not everyone has the karma, right? Not everyone has the causes and conditions to go without meat or to have quote unquote right livelihood. For instance, those who go into the military, there are parts of the military that cause significant suffering, but that is how some individuals, that is their way to make income, significant amount of income for whatever their situation is. There's space for them. There's space for all of it. There's an ideal guideline, but that does not mean that there is a moral judgment put on people simply because they cannot perfectly follow it.
It's really interesting. I was wondering how you approach a difficult decision within your beliefs.
Trying to think of difficult decisions I've had.
Say trolley problem.
Oh, that. Well, that already is a problem in and of itself because the philosophical view of most Buddhists is it's not one or the other.
So would the Buddhist accept the situation and do nothing?
So yeah, that is one of the options actually. So in most logical systems, right, you have P is true, P is not true. Within the tetralemma schema that Indic philosophy uses, you have superposition and I believe it's called supraposition, but it's basically both and neither. So instead of a red button or a blue button, you also have a yellow button and a green button.
If all of these options are acceptable in Buddhism, which it sounds like it is, how do Buddhists manage the consequence of suffering if maybe there is no way to avoid it? Do they look to minimize suffering with their choices?
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, most Buddhists will do their best to minimize the suffering. We're in it for the long haul. You know, this isn't supposed to be, well, in the Vajrayana, I can't say that, but generally speaking, this isn't a one and done thing. This is kalpas and kalpas, eons and eons, ages and ages, lifetimes and lifetimes, before we can get to any type of anything close to utopia or ideal situation. Buddhists don't live in a non-realistic, well, that's up for contention, of course. The whole idea was for it to be pragmatic. So yeah, I think most Buddhists, and I have historically, if you talk to other people on here who've talked to me, I have a problem with speaking in broad strokes. I don't like generalizing. But I think
you can avoid that by just talking about you.
Yeah. I take situations as they come to me with what I have available to me.
So in your view, let's say in the trolley problem, you're facing a difficult decision. The decision causes you suffering, having to choose whether to intervene or not. You witness suffering on one track, and the other track, you assess the beliefs and context and environment of the people on those tracks. Is there some way within your belief system that guides you to make a decision that you can be okay with?
For me, I think it would come down to I can make two decisions. I can walk away because it's not my problem. There are people better qualified to deal with this. There's a recognition that nor can I overcome it for other people. The second is take the place of one of them. It's usually 5 people and then one person. Maybe I take the position of that one person.
Who is more... Okay, first question, I should say, is how does your belief guide you to pick which person to replace if you make that decision?
I don't think there's anything in the religion itself that would push me to pick that one over any others. I think the best would be compassion, having compassion for this person. I will take on the suffering so that that one person doesn't have to. The problem with that is that creates other problems. You get into like the savior complex, and we had that whole discussion in my chaplaincy class, actually. Yeah, there's nothing that comes to mind, at least, that would be, I guess, a protocol for a situation like this. The only things that do come to mind that would be fitting here would be compassion and wisdom, or the use of skillful means, and the bodhisattva vow. Those are the only things that I think could be relative in this situation.
If you feel that perhaps your belief is insufficient to guide you towards making some of these decisions, does that affect the value of that belief to you, or do you look to other things to help you make difficult decisions?
I think a little bit of both. I definitely look to other things. You know, I don't think I'm going to find the answers to every one of life's quandaries within Buddhism. I think there are much more learned people nowadays, and there are much more learned people in realms of, for this morality, whose books I can take a look into. And the other part is, if there's not a part of my religion that is particularly beneficial to me in this instance, that also just might be pointing me to the parts of the religion that I have yet to discover.
So, by your understanding, if you are in that trolley problem and you choose to do nothing and walk away, are you still a good Buddhist, according to the doctrine?
I would neither be a good Buddhist nor a bad Buddhist. I would simply be a human. We don't put, like I said, we don't put moral judgment on people like that. We understand the complexities of the human nature. So I would never say that I am a good, I mean, just as I am now, I would never say I'm a good or a bad Buddhist. I simply am a Buddhist. And, you know, this is something that I've learned from my teachers. You know, people go to their teachers often in Buddhism. You know, I'm the worst of them all. Like, that's your ego poking out. You think you're the worst of them all?
We do have other guests requesting up, Cedar, and I do appreciate you coming up and answering questions. I would wonder exactly where it is that you actually question. I mean, I hear consideration, potentiality, possibility, but where is there any doubt in your belief system?
Yeah, anything I want to answer with, I think you kind of covered in that statement. Because like I said, I doubt rebirth and reincarnation. You know, I think maybe I'm equating all of those words. Maybe that's what it is.
I would wonder also, Cedar, if you use your belief system or your Buddhist practices to preserve your desire to end your own suffering, and if there is maybe as much of a desire to end to be, that would be something I hope maybe you can take away from this.
Oh no, I'm very selfish. That I have no problem admitting to. This is me. Like I said, I practice very Theravada, individual liberation. I aspire to help other people, but I'm not the answer for everyone. And I don't think anyone is.
It was a pleasure speaking with you, Cedar.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Thrayle.
Appreciate you, Cedar. Absolutely. Hope that you, of course, keep asking questions. And who knows, maybe you'll come to some new answers and we'll question those. Or you can just come back the next time Kira's up and drive her absolutely crazy with the circularity of some of your answers. Appreciate you either way. We did have, we lost one. We had two in queue. But I guess now we are down to one. And the one doesn't exist either. Okay, good. Yep. Well, shit. Maybe you've got a belief in a god or gods. Maybe you've got the ability to question that belief.
I see the chat going crazy. If any of you there want to question your beliefs, I would love to talk to some or all of you. Violet, are you open to coming up to the panel?
I don't remember. I wonder if they can question their beliefs. Or is holding on to them all that, well, isn't that all that most people do? Just hold the belief. Never really look at it, never really turn it over and see what it's made of.
Like,
No, I'm pretty agnostic.
that sounds like a belief.
I believe I am an agnostic atheist, and also this is for like personal and meditative reasons.
I see. What are those cultural practices, and how do you implement them?
Well, I am a mix of a whole lot of different ethnicities, but I do some of my like traditional in folk Catholicism, so it incorporates a little bit of aspects of like indigenous religions. Oh, sorry, it's really hard. The aspects of like indigenous, so it's kind of a grab bag of different things, and I don't like to share too specific of the things because like for example the like indigenous group that I'm from is there any of our cultural practices because we don't want them to be like appropriated in any way. Like I'll talk about a couple of like the deities from it every once in a while, but I don't really get into any of the like specifics of practices or anything.
That's understandable. Trolley problem usually gets viewers all riled up. So, let's say you have the classic trolley problem. Can you explain how your agnostic atheist beliefs lead you to make a decision and what?
I think that in most situations, I'm trying to minimize harm, and in a lot of instances, I would like reject the trolley problem because it locks you into kind of a multiple choice situation that is not exactly how reality works. Like, I'd be looking for a way to like derail the trolley. Basically, is what I'm always in. My intent is always to try and minimize harm and alleviate suffering. Whether I'm successful in that or make the right decision, that's a whole nother story.
I do think it's interesting when people kind of maybe negate the context of the trolley problem. I think that there are actually many aspects of life that could limit you to the options that you have in a trolley problem. Could be time, could be authority, could be right place at the right time, could be a number of things, could be awareness of the problem to begin with. But I don't think it's valid, actually, to avoid answering the trolley problem because you think that it's too restrictive. So I guess I'll ask.
Well, which version of the trolley problem, I guess, is more would be like more specific? If you want me to, like, because I can go down the line and answer all the versions of it, but the like, which version of it?
Let's start with just plain and simple. You have access to a pole handle that would switch the trolley's direction. It is currently headed towards 5 people. The other direction is 1 person. And if additional details matter to you, like ages, life experience, whether or not they're a prisoner, things like that, you're welcome to include those in your response.
Yeah, because like even in, I would once again try and minimize harm. So like if there was someone holding a pew pew to his choice of what is going on, I'm going to try and harm the least number of people, and yeah, I'm just gonna try and harm the least number of people. When it gets to my family members, I would think that it would probably be like my family members, and I forget what the other version of it is.
Okay. And yeah, there are many versions of the trolley problem, I think for good reasons. So it sounds like you would prioritize your family members. Would it be a factor if the 1 person on the other track was an infant and the 5 on the track that the trolley was going towards were all elderly?
Blake, did you have a response on that one?
This is the one where I'm like, I don't